Vice President.
All right.
Thank you, Dr. Kovach.
There you go. 6 months. Okay. All right, guys. So congratulations to the birthdays and the anniversaries out there. We do have some sad news. Tom Lupo's wife passed away yesterday.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So, obviously Tom won't be here. She was very ill and brought her home for hospice, and she went very quickly. And maybe that's a blessing in a certain sense. So we're going to have a moment of silence, but I would like Father Forno to say a special prayer for Tom and his wife and his family.
So we'll just take a moment of silence, okay? And remember Barbara and her goodness to each and every one of us. Gracious God, look kindly upon the family that Barbara's left behind, both by blood and both by fraternity in our order. We thank you for the great gift she was. She was your daughter. She was our sister. She was wife and mother and grandmother. I ask you, Lord, as she goes now to her eternal rest, that you grant those left behind peace, consolation, and healing. And may they know from afar that each and every one of us in this beloved order support, remember, and pray for them in their time of need. We ask this in the name of Jesus by the power of the Spirit. You live and reign one God forever and ever. Amen.
Amen.
Eternal rest grant unto Barbara, O Lord, and let perpetual light shine upon her. May her soul and the souls of all the faithful departed through the mercy of God rest in peace. Amen.
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 Thank you, Father. Okay, so we'll call the second session of the Winter Plenary Session into order. And if Tony Perfilio, I think you're here. I don't know if you're prepared to do roll call or Mark D'Annunzio. Either one is fine. Congratulations on your new position, Tony. Well deserved, and we look forward to having you on as our National Recording Secretary.
I am ready to call the roll, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir.
National President Robert A. Bianchi, Esquire.
Here.
National First Vice President Joseph Buncor, Esquire.
Present.
National Second Vice President Michael G. Polo.
Present.
And I believe you said that Tom Lupo is excused.
That's correct.
National Fourth Vice President Dr. Mark D'Annunzio.
Here.
National Fifth Vice President Tony Basitti Anderson.
Present.
National Immediate Past President Nancy DeFiore Quinn. I'm sorry, I didn't hear her.
My bad. She's excused.
National Order Frank Catuzzo, Esquire.
Here.
National Recording Secretary is present. National Financial Secretary Lucas Santoro.
Present.
National Treasurer Joseph Rondinelli.
Present.
National Historian Lynn Lawrence Murphy.
Here.
National Chaplain the Reverend R. Adam Forno.
Present.
National Trustees. National Trustee from California, Arlene Nunziata.
Present.
National Trustee, Connecticut, Dawn Onofria.
We'll get back to that, Tony. Go ahead.
National Trustee, Florida, Carolyn Cianciato.
Present.
National Trustee, Massachusetts, Antonio Sestito.
I'm here. I have to leave around 2 o'clock. I had somebody in my family died this past week. I have to go to the wake at 2 o'clock.
Sorry about that. No problem.
National Trustee, Maryland, Vincent Zachariah.
Here.
National Trustee, New Jersey, Nick Berzacelli.
Present.
National Trustee, the Northwest, Rosetta Stella Beiersdorf.
Here.
National Trustee, New York, and CSJ President Robert Ferrito.
Present.
National Trustee, Ohio, Brian Anzik.
Present.
Thing.
National Trustee, Pennsylvania, Gina Tuffbecker.
Present.
State Presidents. State President, California, Barbara Famosa Wisniewski.
She's here.
She said present. She's on mute.
Okay. State President, Colorado,
Present.
John Carochi.
Present.
State President, Connecticut, Neil Valecka Jr.
He is excused. He was supposed to send his vice president.
Is there somebody here? Okay, he's excused. Go ahead, Tony.
Okay. State President, Delaware, Joseph Fasciola.
Present.
State President, Florida, Tony Cianciata.
Present.
State President, Illinois, Wisconsin, Paul Laparco.
Present.
State President, Massachusetts, Denise Vernari.
Denise is gonna be a little late. She's at a funeral also.
Okay,
Should be around 2:30.
excused.
I mean, 1:30, I'm sorry.
State President, Maryland, Anita Lombardi Riley.
Present.
State President, Nebraska, Ken Machuela.
Present.
State President, New Jersey, Diane Santoro.
Present.
State President, New York, Michelle Mint.
Present.
State President, Northwest, Linda Anderson.
Present.
State President, Ohio, David Corsi.
Present.
State President, Pennsylvania, Nancy Temperio Percelli.
Present.
State President, Rhode Island, John Bonaventura.
Present.
State President, Virginia, Larry Brent.
Present.
State President, West Virginia, Richard Villanco.
Unexcused.
Villanco. Absent or excused, Mr. President.
Absent.
Past national presidents. Farah Farrar Girolami.
Present.
Daniel J. Longo.
Present.
Joseph A. Russo.
Present.
Joseph D. Trapani.
Present.
Vincent Sarno.
He'll be on later, so he's excused.
I think he's on. He's on his phone, it looks like.
Past national president and SIF President Joseph Shiami.
Present.
Philip Boncour Esquire.
Excused.
Paul S. Polo.
Present.
Joanne Strollo.
Present.
And Peter Zuzolo.
Peter would
Excuse-
like to get on. He is at home and he may tie in. I spoke with Edith about 5 minutes before this started. So he sends you all, his doesn't get on.
He's excused.
And I think you asked me to go back to National Trustee, Connecticut, Don Onofrio.
It's excused.
And with that, worthy president, we clearly have a quorum.
Okay, excellent, guys. All right, let's don our regalia.
Mhm, I did.
So we are live streaming this event on YouTube, which I really love, so that the world again can see what it is that we're doing and all the positive changes. As I said yesterday, we are the largest and oldest Italian American organization in the United States, with lodges in Canada and Italy. And we believe that live streaming, as you guys can see from what we were talking about yesterday and what we're doing now, what we'll be talking about for a block this morning, is about the power of this exhibit in my hand. This is a smartphone or your computers. I'm very proud of all the work that you all do on the local lodges and the grand lodges. And for those who may not be members of the order that are watching this on YouTube, we are a group that has donated tens of millions of dollars, men and women that have worked very hard for our charities and our scholarships. Having started this organization in 1905 by Dr. Solero, it's my honor to be the national president at this time. We have a tremendous amount of talent that we're going to present to you folks, because it is my objective to increase, obviously, membership in the organization, to be appealing to multiple demographics, so that our great organization and things we do can continue to thrive as it has for all of these years. And as times change, advertising used to be done verbally and word of mouth, and people would come and join lodges, and then it was newspapers and magazines. And now we have the power of social media if we can harness it. Something that I find to be both challenging but unbelievably powerful is that we have all these great events that we're doing. But as I said yesterday, it's something a business coach once told me, and it really resonated with me, was that there's no honor in not having eyeballs on what it is that we're doing. It is the secret sauce of this organization that we are one of the only major Italian-American organizations that has local chapters, grand lodges, Supreme, which obviously we're all a part of, and that we have at-large members that are virtual members, for lack of a better expression. So we have all levels where people can participate. So the challenge that I've seen in 6 months is how do we convert all the things that you guys are doing in a way that we can use these things, or you don't have to use them. The younger people are using them, people in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, teenagers, in order to get out in front of them. And so we're streaming on YouTube Live because we're trying to get a very strong presence on YouTube. You know that that's been a goal of mine, because the more followers we have and the more airtime we have, start monetizing that. And moreover, we can let people know all the great stuff that we're doing. So I know that the organization, I am keenly aware of the battle that happened in 2013 about whether email can be an acceptable form of communication in the order. I'm glad we got past that hurdle, and it now is. But in a certain sense, some traditions die hard, and that's okay. The way everyone is doing it now is fine, but we have alternative ways of doing it. And I think you're going to be very proud. I listened to the president's calls and very proud of the accomplishments that they've made, but we need to get eyeballs on them so people can see it and understand the value of what it is that we bring to the community and all the great work that we do and how many lives we've changed because of the charities we donated to, the veterans, the vans for the veterans, the Cooley's anemia and Alzheimer's, and all the earthquake relief and the scholarships for the young kids. We really have a lot to offer, the benefits package that we have. But one of the other challenging things is we've kind of done a little bit of a rundown through the states and Grand Lodges and looked at websites and their social media platforms, and we can be doing better. And I understand that many of you, some Grand Lodges are doing a great job, not a problem. Some Grand Lodges still have the old presidents on their websites, and they haven't been updated. There's no real content. And I know those Grand Lodges are doing things, but it's not reflected in their visible presence out there. Part of that reason I understand is that some people say that they don't have the membership that is capable of making those changes. And so what I felt in part of what does National do for you is to put in a box a crew of professionals. You have a lot of talent here. I mean, Mary Kovach across the board knows everything from production to, putting things together, getting them out and marketing them. And I think I'm pretty good at that. But we rely upon various resources at the national organization. So I wanted to give you who it is that we rely upon to do these things so that you can rely upon them if you don't have somebody in your Grand Lodge that can do it. So we need to do a little bit better. It is getting better, a little bit better with the websites, making them more current, and a little bit better in capturing those great events you're having so that we can push them out to the world like we are right now. as we're speaking to the world on YouTube, as we're streaming live, and we can show all these events. And I think people will be very interested. And I think that will drive membership and moreover, fundraising and alternate revenue sources. So my goal was to try to put it in a box for you and introduce you to some folks. If you take their names down and their numbers down, these are people that will be able to help you out. At some point in time, I'm going to show you some of the work that they've done and some of the work that we've done to kind of show you how we went about the process. It's really not that hard. It's so a little effort. This is what I'm asking. People meet us halfway. We're going to wind up having a goal that each Grand Lodge is participating at least on some relatively frequent basis so that we could put that content out on national. I'm willing to take your content. I'm willing to push it out. We're willing to put the dollars into making sure lots of people see it. And that'll be a benefit to you. Also, we have this great TV show that we're doing. We have a lot of promotional materials that we put out there that are really interesting. So we would ask that for those of you who are on Facebook or Instagram or Twitter, I know many of you are on Facebook. I know that because I see your things coming across, is that you share the content that the National is putting out specifically with regard to the shows that we're putting out. It is really, I think it brings vitality to your membership. Your membership may want to see a show. They may want to participate in an event. So we can only put it out there, but we can't share it. That's you know who your people are. You know your email distribution. You know how to get it out to your folks. And if you need help getting it on Facebook or you need help how to do it on the technology side, some of the folks that you're going to hear from today are those kind of people that can help you. I believe we have, I'm sorry, Father, before I go any further, I would like you, before we get into the actual program itself, to just give us a general prayer. I know we just did one for Tom Lupo's wife, but if you wouldn't mind just giving us the final general typical prayer that we have in the order. Father?
Bob,
Sorry about that. Thank you. I will have to leave around 1:30. I got confessions in Boca. Then I'm going to represent the order at Florida Atlantic University. They're doing an Italian presentation today, and our lodge members are going to be there. I want to be there.
Well, if you have to leave early, Father, is there any kind of general dispensation you can kind of throw out there for us?
Dispensation from what?
Right, anything, any general,
You can all go home at 2.
I second that motion.
Yeah. No, I want to just thank you for letting me do a prayer. As we continue this plenary session, I want to honor those who have special gifts that are being honored today for the Solera Award. So let us pray to God who bestows gifts to us. Gracious God, you raised up Dr. Vincenzo Solera with a vision to promote a positive image of Americans of Italian descent. His dream for us was a life without discrimination, a life reaping the fruits of this great nation. We to whom this great legacy has been entrusted 117 years ago, call upon you. Grant that we never cease to savor our heritage as sons and daughters of Italy and America. By the power of your Spirit, help us to preserve our heritage and promote its growth. May the long-lived dedication of our sister, Vera Girolami, and our brother, Vince Sarno, continue to inspire us. May we too claim their vision and rejoice to embrace your plan for our lives. Give to us, as you've given to them, the zeal to do what's best for our order, and continue to bless and strengthen each of us in this work of this national plenary as we journey together on our unique path of doing what is best for our brothers and sisters in the order. Grateful to those who came before us. May you be blessed, you who gives purpose to our lives and promises life eternal with you. Amen.
Amen,
And
Father.
congratulations, Vera and Vince.
All right, great. Thank you, Father.
That's going to come later.
All right. So without further ado, I would like to introduce you to James Centrella from Census Technology. He is the person at the national office that assists us with the website, optimization of the website, all things with regard to the website, things that we need changed. Like, for example, James was the person that we wanted to have reoccurring payments and fillable forms. That's something that you would have your technology or IT person do. So, James, I believe you're here. Can you say hello to the folks and give us a little rundown about what it is you do and what services you can provide for those Grand Lodges or local lodges that may need it?
Yes, thank you for having me today. And yeah, like Bob said, we handle the website and we handle the entire overhaul of the website we did with membership, and also giving the Grand Lodges and the lodges a back-end system, as well as getting all the membership set up. And then we also handle anything day to day, as far as making sure that the website is running appropriately, making sure that members can renew. We just recently set up the recurring payment system. And we're also working with the national office right now to format a website that all of the lodges could then also use as well. So those are some of the things that we're working on internally right now with the national office to be able to offer to all the lodges out there.
Yeah, so when we keep our, it's important to keep the content on your website current. James, can you talk to us a little bit about explaining the process of how we keep our website current?
Yeah, so on the website, we're constantly making changes, making updates, and also trying to engage everyone that's coming there. So we've been really following the analytics closely, as far as with this new TV show, for example. We've made multiple pages about the new show that's out there, and then we've been tracking all the analytics in regards to it to see how people are coming to the website, how they're engaging, what pages are working, what pages aren't working as well. And then we've been more or less catering the website and those pages to those people that are coming. We've noticed that there's been a major increase from social media, and we've been getting a lot of visitors from Facebook, and that's been increasing. So we've been changing content on the website and gearing it towards that. We've noticed that we're getting a lot of people from Google. So we've been altering content and continually adding content in regards to Google as well.
James, just hold on one second. Somebody mute them. Thank you. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, so we've, we're constantly keeping the website up to date. We're constantly altering it depending on how visitors are coming. We, are always with the technology team and also the national office. We're engaging and we're checking out what's working, and we're creating new content. And then also same with for the lodges, the back end. We've been adding different features that they could add members. They could also keep up their membership better, just to have a system where they could then approach their members, add events, they could add galleries, and then just have their members log in and stay more engaged as well.
James, talk to us a little bit about the comment you made about the relationship of social media and how it drives people to our website.
Yeah, so a few years ago, we started seeing an uptick in social media in regards to the website, and how can we capture everyone that's going on the Facebook page and get them to the website. So we started engaging in analytics in regards to that and seeing what pages from the website they're going to from Facebook, what posts are most engaging. And, we started the interviews page, and we started seeing that the interviews were getting a lot of people from Facebook to the website. But once they get on the website, how do we engage them and how do we convert them into becoming members if they're not members already, or if they are members, having them go deeper into the website. So we've been correlating Facebook with the website as far as getting them there and keeping them there and engaging them within the website. We've also done things like Columbus Day, for example. We've been doing a lot on Facebook in regards to saving Columbus Day, and also creating pages on the website that they can go to for more information and also give donations to that cause. So anything in regards to Facebook, getting it out there to that general audience and getting them back to the website. And again, either becoming members, giving donations, whatever we need to do to engage those people and keep them on the website.
James, can you give us a little bit of a snapshot about what kind of analytics that you're able to see on the back end of the websites?
Yeah, so originally when we took over the website, we were mostly seeing direct traffic. In other words, people that were going directly to the website, typing it in. Then over the past few years, again, we started seeing an uptick in Google, them going on Google and searching for this type of organization, or them going on social media, Facebook, for example, or Twitter. So right now, as it stands, the majority of the traffic that's coming from social media to the website is about 50 to 60% on a given day coming to the website. So we're seeing a large audience coming from social media to the website that we never saw before. And every day it's continually adding more to that.
Right, James, talk to us a little bit about the Google rankings and the importance of getting up there in terms of search terms, driving people to our website.
Yeah, so Google's very important because anyone that's searching for this type of organization that they don't already know exists, or they don't know about it, or is really engaging a member and being able to capture them to come to the website. Another reason it's important is, again, to bring up something like Columbus Day. If someone's searching for history on Columbus Day or about saving it or more information, the website is then coming up and they're going to that website, they're engaging, they're potentially donating, they're potentially becoming members, or they're engaging in more of a lodge situation at that point. So several items through Google that we've been able to increase presence of the website showing up, we've been doing. Again, potentially becoming members, joining lodges, special events, the National Gala, and then also even quite recently, the National Office has obtained a grant to also do Google Ads, which they are going to be engaging in as well.
Can you explain the grant for the Google Ads and what that means?
Yeah, so Google has given the National Office a grant to be able to have the ads at the very top of Google when search terms come up, and they're going to gear those ads towards specific items that maybe aren't already on the standard section of Google. So, you know, and it's a grant, so they're able to use it and tweak it and hopefully see maybe that's gaining more membership, or, you know, a specific cause that we want to promote more, we could use the grant towards that. So the National Office is setting that up and they're engaging in that.
James, what is it that you see from a synergistic point of view, where if we work more holistically with the Grand Lodges and the local lodges, how that helps bring the presence of all the three, the Supreme, Grand Lodge, and local lodges up together in order to have even a larger presence?
Yeah, so right now, the past few years, we've really been working on getting the national website really up to standard, getting a very good engagement. However, the Grand Lodges and local lodges also, you know, have their backend system in the national website, but they also have their own websites, their own engagement. If we just applied the same formula that we've done to the national website and start applying that to the Grand Lodges and local lodges, there's going to be a lot more user engagement. There's going to be a lot more member retention, and then also start capturing a younger audience and generation of people to become members, and through, again, social media, through the website. And all we have to do is apply the formulas that we use to the national office website in order to do that through the Grand Lodges and local lodges.
I'm going to bring Lisa Marie Falbo in a minute, but James, tell me, based on you are Google certified, I'm not sure the exact term, but you're a Google certified guy, which is hard to get. How relevant and important is this to reach out to the demographic from teenagers to the 50-year-old market?
So it's very important, and we've been following the analytics on ages as well. Obviously, we want the younger generation to start engaging with the organization. We want them to start becoming members for several reasons, but social media is a huge impact on that, and so is Google, because they're using their phones, they're using their tablets, they're using, you know, some means of communication other than a standard regular computer. We need to make sure that we're engaged mobilely. For that reason, we need to make sure we're engaged on social media. We've been tracking that the national website has started to get a younger audience over the past year that they did not have before. We've always on the national website had, you know, college scholarships they could apply for and things like that, and we were drawing a younger audience that way. But what we're seeing now is we're able to see the pages they go on and where they're coming from, that a younger audience is starting to come in. That's very important to increase membership and also, again, get the younger generation to become members of this organization.
James, with respect to websites that are not being updated, and you know, and they're not doing any back-end analysis, what effect does that have on the effectiveness of that website to attract people to it and to try to engage with them?
Yeah, so one of the important things, especially with Google, is that you're constantly updating your website, you're keeping it relevant, and not only on the front end, but also on the back end, making sure it's maintained and it's always the latest version of that back end code that Google releases. If the local grand and local lodges are not doing that with their website, it's going to not be relevant to Google. It's not going to be relevant to social media, and the ranking's not going to be there. So by continually maintaining the website, making sure, again, not only on the front end, but also the back end, it's updated, is what Google sees as relevant, and then will help them in the search results. It will help them with engagement from social media like Facebook, even YouTube. So that's very important that they constantly, continually keep it updated.
Right. So James, they have Google has algorithms, and Google's where this is at. And when their little algorithm is checking out all the various websites that are out there, they're looking for certain things, and it changes, right? That they change that algorithm a lot, and you got to be up on top of it. But it changes, and based on how the algorithm is seeing a website, it could push you way down in the rankings if you don't have the specifics. Like, for example, talk to us about what Google does when you don't have your website optimized mobilely.
Yeah, so Google is constantly changing their algorithm. It's what keeps them relevant. It keeps it fresh. They also do it intentionally so that websites just can't set up initially and just do nothing to it. They want you to continue engaging. They want you to continue updating. A big thing now, what they released is now they do rank you mobile. So if they're able to tell that your website's not mobile friendly and you go to search on your mobile phone, they're not going to rank you as high as someone who is mobile friendly. One thing Google wants is they want everyone to be to their standard. And they make that very prevalent, and they don't give you an option. So as an algorithm changes, we need to make sure the websites continue to change. As they release a new update saying this is how we want a mobile site to be, we have to make sure the website's mobile friendly to that standard. They run tests constantly on website. They crawl websites, and they look at websites to make sure that the standard is met. If it's met, you'll always be at the top ranking. And again, that's why the national office website is so high up and gets a lot of visitors. Thousands of visitors a month come to the website from Google. If it's not relevant and they see you're not keeping up, you're not going to get that audience capture from Google.
And James, just to explain, somebody had to explain it to me many years ago when my law firm had a really good website, but it wasn't mobile friendly. Have you all, or those of you who use your phones, have you ever been in a situation where you're trying to scroll in and out because the words are real small? And I just go off them, and Google knows that. They know how, talk about bounce rate, James, and what mobilization does, how it looks different on the phone.
Yeah, so that's another thing too with bounce rate. One thing we capture with the national website is it doesn't matter how many visitors come to the website if they just click right off. So there are measures that we have with the analytics called bounce rate, where we could tell a visitor came here, and there's a percentage of, there's a whole calculation that Google has that calculates the percentage. And we know exactly, okay, we had 1,000 visitors. How fast did they go on the website? How fast did they go off? What was their engagement? So a big thing with the national office website was, let's see how we can capture the visitors. Instead of just trying to get as many visitors as we can, let's get good quality visitors. So in regards to the website and regards to mobile, exactly like you said, Bob, you just click off if it's not ready. So we engaged the mobile website. We changed the mobile website to make sure it was user-friendly. Then we submitted it to Google and made sure it passed all of their mobile site testing, which there's an entire testing that Google goes through to certify it mobile. And then also with even the standard website, we made sure that, again, users are engaging, and that way we can't just say, oh, we had a lot of visitors this month, but they didn't engage. We're making sure that the users are coming to the website and that they're engaging once they're on the website.
Right, and engagement, I assume, comes to content. I want to bring Lisa Marie Falbo into this. Lisa, if you could, first of all, thank you very much for all of the volunteer time. And James, I know you've given us a lot of breaks as well. Thank you. But Lisa, you've been on the production team. Can you talk a little bit about the interaction between what it is that you do, explain what you do, and how that assists what James does?
Yeah, well, first of all, Good afternoon, everybody. Hope everyone is well. Too bad we all can't be in person once again. So I was brought on to assist with the production team during the lockdown in 2020. And Bob brought me on to figure out ways how to keep the order alive and relevant during a time where we couldn't meet and we couldn't have our events. So we came up with different ways to go ahead and do that. So the reason why Bob brought me on is because I have a production company. I've been in business independently for 12 years. Prior to that, I worked for public television. I worked for sports radio. And with my current company, I do corporate video and television, local television production. So Bob brought me on to just figure out ways that my company can help you. And I think we, in the year and a half that we've been together, 2 years practically, we've been able to do that. So video content obviously is what drives what we're doing. So obviously what we're doing with the order, with the Italian America show, which is our Facebook Live show that also airs locally to Bob and I on New York, New Jersey, Connecticut News 12 Plus. So that gives us an opportunity to get our messaging out there, our mission out there, while also highlighting really amazing Italian Americans in the community nationwide. So with that, what's tying into social media, because obviously doing a Facebook Live show, we rely on engagement, but I think it's also helped drive up numbers on YouTube. And thanks to James posting everything, driving up engagement and numbers actually across all, because I monitor, how we're doing on Instagram, on Facebook, on Instagram. And thank you to that video content, it's really driven our numbers up and our awareness up. So you need that video and that social media to kick back to the website. And then that fuels what James does and what we do. And that's why it's so important. And I know Bob and the production team, they've driven home this message time and time again. We have to keep posting, keep churning out content, whether it's video, whether it's pictures, because the more we're doing that, the more we're engaging other people that otherwise might not know who we are. And it's very important that we keep that in mind as we move forward.
So the vision that I have for this is that we are already doing this on the national side. These are the two folks that help us with production, and then on the website, it is the place people are at right now, between your 20 and 50, even 60-year-old demographic. They're going on these devices, they're going on their computers. Content has to be fresh. So what we want to do is provide content that let's talk a little bit about that, Lisa, that's in the can already. It's done. All you've got to do is put it on your website. If you want to keep your website fresh, if you want to keep it current, you can take the programs that we're doing on the national level and push it down to the Grand Lodges and the local lodges. And then on the other side, on the upside, this new part of the series, which is called This Is Us, is going to be a segment on the TV show, which will also be on our YouTube channel and all our other platforms, where we're going to be profiling a local lodge or a local Grand Lodge and the work that they're doing. We're going to show you a little bit about that. But let's talk about the piece, Lisa, where we've had a production, we've done something with a great guest, or we've done, some other project, the many projects that we've done, and how the Grand Lodges and the local lodges, James, you may want to chime in on this as well, can actually lift that content or share that content so that they are building their own credibility indicators with Google.
Yeah. And James, I will definitely let you talk about Google and how to post and all of that stuff, but I can speak to the ease of it, right? So as I mentioned, whatever we're doing on the national level lives on social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, easily embeddable links. And James will tell you what that means in a second, but it's with the click of a button, you can grab what we're doing on the national level and post it to your own platforms and your own website. One of the projects that we worked on was the Grand Lodge History Project, which I'm sure most of you have seen. A lot of you were on that. The issue that I brought to the production team's attention is to jazz it up. I was going on every Grand Lodge's website, or Facebook. And what I noticed and what was alarming was there wasn't any protocol. You know, some Grand Lodges did an amazing job and they have an updated website and an active Facebook page. And that was great because I can grab current video and photos to supplement. And then others, the website hasn't been touched in years. The Facebook was either non-existent or hasn't been updated since 2015. So, you know, there's just that inconsistency that on the national level, we want to help you with. You know, I understand that it might be hard to grab footage, especially now when you're not gathering as much as we used to, or photos, but it's so important to keep a presence. And if you can't grab it on your own on the local level, we have that on the national level that you can at least start with and keep relevant with. So I really encourage all of you to, I mean, I know everybody here must follow the national sites and social media sites, but if you don't, please do, and please grab what it is that we're producing because it is so important.
Yeah, and I think that one of the lessons here, at least myself, as having led a number of organizations, is I don't know all things. So I put a team around me of people that do know a lot of different things. So nobody's expecting that the presidents and everybody on this call would be the ones to do it, but having somebody designated to do it is, to me, the easiest thing to do. And that's why I bring Lisa and James onto this call, because they're these kind of people. To the extent that you want to use them, and in fact, we'll show you a little bit later a production that Lisa did for the Grand Lodge of New York in terms of a commercial that was just amazing. It's a great commercial, and we're going to show that. So she was able to produce that content. James, tell me, what can we do for the Grand Lodges and the local lodges if they want to either take our content and they want to use it, or they want to get their own content on? How is it that you're able to help us once the production piece is done? What do you do next?
Yeah, and like Lisa was saying, I mean, a lot of the websites are very outdated to the point where they probably can't share this content. However, there are a number of the websites that do have that capability. So it might just be a matter of reaching out to the national office or reaching out to us directly, and we could help you show you a step-by-step instruction on how to do that moving forward. Because everything that's posted on the national level is usually posted in a similar way. So if there's a video posted on YouTube, you're going to be able to share that video. The next video that's posted, you could share it the same way again. So if you just need an initial setup or initial help to show you how to do that or instructions, we're all more than available to give you those resources. We understand, of course, that this is a nonprofit organization, and we're already set up to help you in that manner. We understand that most of what is done is all volunteer work. So for that reason, you know, we're here as a resource, but we'll make it as simple as possible for you to, for example, share a YouTube video or share a Facebook post. But it's very important that you do this in order to keep your website and your social media relevant.
I don't know if we have teed up. I think it's a good time. Tell me if not. Mark, we had done this on Thursday where we showed a little bit of the Gino Auriemma snippet. I think we were going to cut it back in terms of Gino's interview, but give them an idea of how the show rolls, how the production team rolls, and how James leverages that afterwards.
Give me a second.
Right. While Mark's getting it up, just in case anybody wants to use them, can you give them, Lisa, starting with you, your contact information?
Yeah, absolutely. So you can find me on social media at my name, Lisa Marie Falbo. Very easy to find. You could always give me a call or text 973-476-2380. My email is Lisa Marie at long, shot, SHOT, prod, PROD.TV. And I will also put all of this information in the chat.
Right. So you guys see the TV show, excuse me, stuff that we put up there. There are a lot of moving pieces to it, but we also have a standard operating procedure. This is why this is very important to have it. So everyone knows what their responsibility is as we do these shows, from the production side, or from even getting the guests to the production side, to getting it across all of our social media platforms and on our website. Okay, here we go. So Marcia's going to show you a little bit of one of our News 12 Plus shows, which again streams around the world. That's what we have in the beginning of the show.
OSDIA Interviews Live is sponsored by Full Sponsorship, Order Sons and Daughters of Italy and America, the Grand Lodge of New York. Limited Sponsorship, the Grand Lodge of the Northwest, overseeing both Oregon and Washington states. Order Sons and Daughters of Italy and America, the Grand Lodge of New Jersey. The Bianchi Law Group, a team of former prosecutors who handle criminal matters, domestic violence, and municipal court throughout the state of New Jersey. Maureen Pisani, the Hypno Lady, speaker, best-selling author, hypnotherapist. Change your mind, transform your life. Dr. K, the management professor and author of Rockstar Manager, From Theory to Practice. Long Shot Productions, Get Back in the Game. Dr. Mark D'Annunzio, the authors of the #1 international best-selling cookbook, Don't Cut the Basil, 5 generations of authentic Italian recipes. Keste Pizza and Vino. ACMT, Excellence in Aerospace Manufacturing. And by Silver Spring Capital. Silver Spring Capital Wealth Management is a proud and longtime supporter of the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy and America.
All right, I'm gonna fast forward.
Then we have the interview.
Here's a
You had to be Italian to go to Holy Savior. One of your parents had to be Italian. Or you could just go to St. Francis, where it was a mix of everybody. And my mother flat out said, you're not going to Holy Savior. We didn't come here for you to hang around with Italian kids. So you need to go to a school where, and I would come home and I would only speak English once I learned the language. I would only speak English to my parents so I could teach them how to speak. And they would only speak Italian, so I never forgot how to speak Italian. It was a great arrangement. And it's kind of how I grew up.
So that's kind of like an interview. We'll be right back, and now we'll roll into the commercials. This is how we do this show.
The Commission for Social Justice, CSJ, is the anti-defamation and positive image arm of the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy in America. The CSJ conducts campaigns at both community and national levels that support cultural and social issues of importance to Italian Americans, including the preservation of Columbus Day and his legacy. For more information on the CSJ or to donate, contact us today.
Join the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy and America's New York Grand Lodge and celebrate your Italian pride. You'll be one of thousands representing the Italian American community in New York State. Members enjoy a variety of community, cultural, charitable, educational, and civic activities geared toward preserving and promoting our proud Italian heritage. For more information on how to join, please visit nysosaya.org or call 1-800-322-6742.
Watch OSDIA Interviews live every Sunday night at 8 p.m. and celebrate the best of Italian American culture. Each week, we will feature an exclusive interview with a prominent Italian American from around the country. You can watch OSDIA Interviews live on Optimum 61, Verizon 530, or stream live from anywhere on News12.plus. For more on Order Sons and Daughters of Italy in America, visit osaya.org and follow along on social media.
Want to grow your business? Advertise with the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy in America. We have several opportunities with our Sunday night TV show and the ability to live stream from anywhere. Advertise in our printed Italian America magazine, distributed quarterly to over 30,000 households across the U.S. Publicize in our business directory to a global membership with very reasonable advertising packages. If you're interested in advertising, contact sales@osaya.org.
Want to stop now, Bob?
That's fine. So Lisa and James, tell us what happens to that. That's a highly produced piece that we do. What happens with it in terms of how we get that out after the show is over?
So after the show is over, we post that to our Instagram so people can watch, because you don't want to repost it because it already aired on Facebook. So we don't repost that file to Facebook because it's already living there. But we post it to YouTube and Instagram. Justin, if I'm missing some of your protocol, just jump in and let me know. And then James, you could take it from there as to what you do with that afterwards.
Yeah, so after that, we just follow the engagement and see how they're coming to the website from, for example, the Facebook interview that happened, or for example, from the Instagram interview that happened. And we see, where did they go afterwards on the website? Did they continue engagement? Did they just click off, and sort of tweak things from there? So we've been following like a weekly analytics on this production.
So James, explain to the Grand Lodges. I mean, it's great content. He was one of many amazing interviews. How can the Grand Lodge and the local lodges take that, which we're willing to give, that content, and get it onto their platforms?
Yeah, so they need to just then take the video. They could share it as a link. They could embed it into the website, so you don't even have to go off the website. Again, it depends how old the website is, if they have that capability. But if they do, they just need to embed it. And for them to be able to do that, again, just reach out to us. We can give a step-by-step instruction, and it would apply to every time a video is posted. It's the same method every time that we have in place. And we could show them step-by-step on how to get it on their website, how to continue to keep it engaged.
Okay, Gina Becker asked, thank you for these questions. Sorry?
Yeah, I was just going to call attention to Gina's question, and maybe we can share our screen so we can see what everybody could see where the videos live on Facebook.
And YouTube.
And YouTube, yeah.
So Facebook, you could just share it right from Facebook to your own Facebook page. I'm not sure if that's helping.
Yes, I don't know who's doing that, but scroll up to the top. So go to the home page, because I just want people to see what they see when they log on. So you log on our Facebook page, right? You see home, you see about, events, photos, more. So you see that drop down more, you go to videos. And our entire video library on Facebook lives here.
Show them how to share it.
All right, so why don't you click on, yep, exactly. More options if you want to share. If you want to share on your own personal Facebook feeds, that's totally fine too, and we definitely encourage that. If you wanted to do that, you would go to share to news feed. If you want to share to a page, I'll just use New York as the example. So share to a page, click that. And then let's just say, up there, the Grand Lodge of New York would pop up. You would click that, and then you would write a little message and you would share. It's very simple. And, anybody needs help with that, again, feel free to reach out to myself or James, and we're happy to teach you.
Yeah, we're actually going to create a standard operating procedure that's going to show step-by-step how to do this and give it to you, or you can give it to your IT people. So that's how you share from Facebook. Let's take a look at YouTube.
So
I'm sorry,
can I jump
Mary.
in real fast?
Go ahead. Yes.
We're going to actually encourage people not to share from Facebook, to share it specifically from YouTube. YouTube will ultimately monetize, so we're looking to get passive revenue streams. And so YouTube looks at the stats are twofold. 1, 1,000 subscribers, you have to hit that threshold. And then 2, you have to have 4,000 hours watched on YouTube in a rolling 365 days. So while Facebook is nice, it checks the box and we get views, it's great. It actually counts for us towards something, potential monetization, if you watch it from YouTube. So if you do want to share it on Facebook, create a normal post, just use the actual link that you would have from YouTube. I actually put the link in the chat. Find the video you want, just send that link through Facebook, and it's the same way you would post it.
Right. So Facebook allows you to do it directly. What Mary's talking about is go to our YouTube channel if we can get there. Type in Sons and Daughters of Italy, America. There we are. You click on that. And go to go videos. And they're all our videos. Now, how do we share Gino Oriema's? You click on it. Share. Copy the link.
Yep.
Then you go back to your Facebook and put that link in, and boom, graphics up there. You can write a little message to your audience. So YouTube's where it's at. And then you hit next, you hit post, and it posts right on your Facebook page. I don't know who just got that, but somebody just posted it on their Facebook page.
Oh, Justin just did.
Okay. So you see up there Justin Smith, and tune in to see Gino Oriema, and that link that you see where you see the picture, that's coming from, is you see, show them where the youtube.com is underneath the picture, underneath my picture. So there it is. So, okay, guys, thanks. So that may sound complicated to some of you because there's some moving pieces. We get that. We can write it out. If you just find the talent, right? Find the like what I'm trying to do. Find who would be willing to help do that. We'll give them the cheat sheet. And this way you have fresh content all the time on your social media platforms that we're creating for you. You don't even need to create it yourself. But there may be those times that I do want you in that segment that's going to be called This Is Us. We want to have your local events that we're going to profile on the TV station. Let's take a look at the the Italy Expo video that Mark did when he went on my behalf to the Italian Exposition in Florida, where he took a couple of pictures and some video. Do we have that ready to go? No, this is coming from local up to us.
Here we are at the Italian Expo in Tampa at La Nova Sicilia Unitalon. They got it all decked out, looking great. Lots of folks from Italy, a great crowd, wine, food, having a great time representing for Order Sons and Daughters of Italy in America. Yes.
The reason we played that is that was Mark with just taking his phone. Yes. And just taking a video of himself on the phone and then taking a couple of pictures. But you saw how they added elements to it. So what Mary's talking about is vertical phone syndrome, is taking the video this way as opposed to taking it this way. But these little mistakes we can fill in, like Lisa said, we can put in content. So we just took a one video and a couple of pictures Mark took and was able to produce that. So I kind of look at that as an example of what we can do for you. If you give us we'll try to give you the tips on how to do it the right way. We'll have another cheat sheet, but it doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be somebody that can take a phone, take some pictures, and then we can do the production elements around it, and that becomes yours, something that you can put on. Hopefully if you have a YouTube channel, if you don't, we can help you set that up, or your Facebook or wherever you put it out. So people are seeing those ideas. And of course, we will push your local thing out like that on our TV show. And then you can also share that. So you have so many opportunities to be able to show what it is that you guys are doing here. Let me just see. I'm not, Justin, you said you have this queued up if we want. I don't know what that means.
Mary's. Ohio one, I believe.
Okay, I'm not, yeah, okay. So that is an example of bottom up, and we gave you an example with the TV show of top down. Let's look at Ohio. This is us video.
There's no music.
Can't hear anything.
Did we optimize? One of the things I was going to add is if you're watching the television show, you'll see a little square in the top right. Usually it's a QR code. So for those of us who have smartphones, you can put your phone up to the TV and it'll automatically take you from TV to your phone and it'll take you directly to our website. So QR codes is something else I think James can do. I don't know, James, you want to talk to the value of that in a minute?
Let's just wait till we see this.
When your guy says goodbye and you have to ask why, that's amore. When you know you'll be fine, but you just want to dine, that's amore. At meetings, bring a little thing, wear a little bling, and you'll sing, I'm a new member. Hearts will play tippy-tippy-tay, tippy-tippy-tay, as we dance Tarantella. Join the sons and daughters of Italy at osia.org. When it comes time to join, it's not too much coin, that's amore. You will taste better food, play bocce ball, and eat biscotti, it's Italian. Join a local lodge, invite your kids, cousins, and all the siblings. Excuse me, but you see, it's the sons of Italy, that's amore. Join the sons and daughters of Italy at osia.org. When the sons of Italy want you to become a new member, at meetings you will dine and you'll have homemade wine, that's amore. We will sing ting-a-ling-a-ling, bring a little thing, and you'll sing, I'm a new member. Hearts will play tippy-tippy-tay, tippy-tippy-tay, as we sing Tarantella. Lucky member, join the sons of Italy at osia.org. When you are done with school, come make a pasta fazool, that's amore. You will taste better food, play bocce ball, and eat cannoli, it's Italian. You should have joined a local lodge, invited your kids, cousins, and all the siblings. Excuse me, but you see, it's the sons of Italy, that's amore, that's amore. That's amore. Join the sons and daughters of Italy at osia.org and get your Italian on.
Okay, so guys, that was amazing. That's a bottom up project. That is just pictures, and they what I saw something in that I thought was just amazing from a bird. I think it's great. This is what we can do. I know there's some questions in the chat. We're going to get to them, but was something striking to you? I'm just curious about some participation. If we can unmute the mics. Did you see something there that you thought, again, why want to join this organization? If you get the eyeballs on that kind of video out there in Ohio or anywhere for that matter, what did you see? I found one thing compelling. Go ahead, Maria.
Yeah, the difference in ages.
Yes.
You had kids there and you had older people there.
Yes.
It's all family, it's all
Absolutely.
ages, it's all inclusive.
Exactly. I think I see everybody shaking their head.
Yep.
That is such energy there. And so that's what we're looking for. Like, we would give you a sheet about some things like that. Get some younger people engaged. Some middle-aged people were there. People were having drinks, we're cooking, people are smiling, someone's getting an award. It really was. So that is as simple. Guys, can you please explain how that went from those pictures to that production?
Do you want me to take that?
Yes, Mary.
Okay, so I put that together. I had Eldora Perfilio had done a number of, I shouldn't say some, she has thousands of pictures that she's generously shared with me, and I created some other videos for her. I took some of those, and then obviously some from the Cincinnati Lodge. Those were my nieces at the end. We did a Sons of Italy fundraiser. And so I took some of the best pictures that I've heard favorable comments from, over the last 3 or 4 years. And so all I did was essentially throw them into this default, it's a production system, but I'm dumbing it down significantly. And then from there, I just changed transitions and sizes in terms of duration that you would see on each picture. And it was actually a relatively quick process to do. Years ago, I worked on the Grand Lodge of Ohio. I had a social media campaign. We got about 30,000 views organically without any boosts or anything, based on this Get Your Italian On campaign that we did in October for Italian Heritage Month. And I asked Matt Snow, who did the lyrics for us, to give me 4 different verses of That's Amore rewritten. And so he is the Cincinnati Sinatra, and he generously donated his time, sang that for me. So I used those components as background music, and then we just kind of built it from there. So it wasn't that difficult to build from scratch. The easiest or the most difficult part is obviously what you would see, the visual aspect. So if we had instrumental components, we could add those. Obviously, we have to get permission if we use anyone like Andrea Bocelli, but
and we don't have to, that doesn't have to be that guy, right? We could we've done a lot of productions where we just used standard music, and that guy was kind of entertaining. Somebody asked, I think Barbara Wisniewski asked about cost. Okay, so I'll throw it out there. You saw the New York commercial that we did for TV. That was produced by Lisa Falbo, who's here right now. Anybody have any guesstimates? Those who know the answer, don't say it. Anyone who doesn't know the answer, do you have any idea? I'll tell you that the cost of that done, Lisa has a professional production company, is in the thousands. But what do you think it actually costs New York? Any thoughts? You have to unmute some mics here. Can you unmute the mics, please?
you can also hold your space bar down if you want to.
I'll guess $500.
500,
750.
750. We didn't hear you, Joe. Still kind of didn't hear you, but there's something going on with your audio.
1,500.
1,500.
250.
Yikes.
I'll say
All right,
this.
who's going to say that Lisa actually paid them?
Everything's cheaper in the Northwest, in Washington.
True.
I'm gonna say nothing. In New York, donate from their heart.
Vincent, what was that?
I'll say they donate nothing.
No, she charged me. She's done a lot for nothing already. So. All right, it was. I heard this. Michelle Ment told me I had to ask her like 3 times. I almost fell over. It was $400. So, and that is a professionally prepared commercial. Okay. Now, well, thank you, Lisa, by the way, for everything you've done, including the reduction of those costs. So, but look, you can get your own people to do it. We have absolutely no problem with that. Or if you can't, we're providing you the ability to be able to do it yourself. Now, here are some other things that you may be able to take from us that we produced. Again, from what we're producing that you can take. Let's take a look at the CSJ. I think we saw the CSJ and CIF already commercials. Let's look at the Supreme commercial. We've seen the other two. This is the one I did. Can we mute the mics again,
Mute
please?
everybody, please.
I think we've seen this already.
No. I'm talking about the Supreme commercial.
I've got your Supreme commercial. Justin, bring it down. I'll share it.
My name is Bob Bianchi. I'm the national president of the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy in America, the largest and oldest Italian-American organization in the United States, with also lodges in Canada and Italy. It's my great honor to preside over the Supreme Lodge as the national president and also as the chairman of the board to our two arms of the organization, the Sons of Italy Foundation, which has donated tens of millions of dollars for charities, scholarships, veterans, and all sorts of positive causes, as well as the other arm of the organization, which is the Commission for Social Justice. That's our anti-discrimination and positive image arm of the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy in America. It is a great organization to be involved in. With an Italian flair, you can help contribute to your community, to our veterans causes, to all of our charities, to the scholarships, and be part of a great organization that does such great work. All you got to do is go to www.osia.org and join the party. We'd love to have you. Thank you. Very simple. I was on a Zoom. I recorded, Lisa recorded me doing that spot, and it made its way. I actually talk about, I don't remember how, I don't know whoever did the rest, but it turned out to be that. Mary, did you have something to do with that? Lisa, who did that?
Lisa did this one.
Yeah, I did that one. Yeah.
Okay, so talk.
For the president, I have a question. Is there some, now that we own the osdia.org that was so generously donated, is there a way that we can get both of those links activated to the same site so
Yes.
that people can get there either with osia.org or osdi.org, and so that we can now in these commercials start using OSDIA so that we're advertising that we're inclusive as we know we are.
Yes, we are doing that right now. It takes some technology space to do that. We're in the process of doing that, so that will be happening. Yes, to answer your question directly. I just want to, I guess maybe now start entertaining any questions. I see there's people in the chat. This is so important. We're trying to make it as easy as possible, whether you're taking our content and using it or whether you're pushing content up to us. This is what people are looking at when they're on these devices. Any questions, please raise your hand. No questions, huh?
Barbara,
Joe,
Wisniewski.
okay, I see Joe Rondon. Let me go to Joe first. Rondinelli.
First of all, I love the concept, and now with Lisa, I'm definitely going to reach out to you. As you know, National Cooley's Anemia chairperson, their video is so outdated when they come across the different conventions, and also if we ever get to put them on a commercial on another show. So I have a Zoom meeting with them next Friday with Craig Ralph and Peter Giecko, the president. So I'm going to discuss it with them, and then I could reach out to you and see what we could do on some footage that way. New York State, about 5-6 years ago, we did a membership video. I think at about the same time of Joe D, if you remember, we helped National with their video. And maybe we could update that for the past maybe 3 or 4 presidents that we had, like Carolyn and Rob and Michelle and Tony Nacarado, and we could add them into that format so it could be revised and updated. Is that possible?
Yeah, I mean, just thank you for bringing me up to Cooley's. And, as for the other one, just send me what you did previously, and then let's talk about how we can update.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Of course, Joe. Thank you.
Barbara?
Yes, I'm wondering how we can work with our local lodges, meaning I guess we would bring some of their activities into a commercial on the Grand Lodge level. Am I correct with that? And then we could share it across the state.
Forgive me, Barbara, what state do you represent?
I'm sorry, California Grand Lodge.
Okay.
Yes.
So right now, Barbara, New Jersey did an event with a returning soldier who was also a police officer. They had a nice picture of their building, and Diane was there, and Mike Devani was there. Other officers were there. They had all American flags that were up there, and we didn't get a lot of material. Okay, we got a couple of photos. But that's okay, because what we then did, see, this is why we'll put this project together. We'll use a brain power of the production team. Like, what can we do? It was a great event that New Jersey had, and we don't want to just see it disappear. We want to put that in our program. This is us. So we actually are going to do a Zoom interview. I believe it's on Tuesday with the veteran and the police officer and Diane, and they're just going to do a little back and forth about what it was and what they did. And then we're going to put some little production elements. And so, from just 1 or 2 pictures and a couple of interviews afterwards, we're going to have a really nice piece. And that is going to be profiled on the This Is Us TV station. So from your local folks, there's 2 things. The same thing applies to you guys. They can take our produced pieces and use them, right? They can take our content to keep it fresh and keep the local lodge, relevant. I mean, when I ran the local lodge, the biggest complaint that I got was, we got to go to these meetings and people argue for 2 hours and then we turn around and we drive an hour to go home, and people just got disenchanted with it. And we tried to give them programming, but there wasn't a lot of material out there. I remember we had La Storia Secreta that we showed. I mean, actually something that we can repurpose. We've got a lot, but after a while we ran out of content. We ran out of things that were of value to them. So your local lodge can then push it up to you or to us, and we can produce a piece for them that we can push out on national. Keep in mind what James was just talking about. Because our Google rankings are so high, because we've been doing this for a couple of years, it'll have a lot more eyeballs on what California did than, I believe, if you just pushed it out. But that doesn't mean you don't push it out. Maybe you share ours, or maybe, we share yours. It's a work in progress. So if you're running an event, I would say part of it was reach out to one of us, Mark, Mary, myself, and say, this is the event, this is what we're doing. How do you think we should go about doing it? Really what it comes down to is just getting some pictures, getting some decent video if you can do it, maybe an interview of somebody, and on your phone, hold it, horizontally when you do it. And even if you hold it vertically and you make a mistake, not a problem. You saw that they were able to fill in the sides. There's all sorts of possibilities, Barbara. So when you have something and you're ready to go, you let us know and we'll walk you through it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else? James Lee.
Carlo, I see Carlo.
Yes.
raising his hand.
I think this is a pretty good idea for the Garibaldi Image Museum, because we're always trying to expand the museum into other areas. So maybe this is a new avenue that we can utilize for our museum.
Absolutely. I think that definitely. That's in Staten Island. I don't think you've ever been out there, Lisa, but your crew would love it. It's really a fascinating place to go, and I think you could really produce a nice piece. It's one of the gems of the organization. So
I would love to. I mean, I'm very familiar. My husband's from Staten Island, so we have roots out there. So I would be definitely interested in that, because that museum is so important, to furthering the Italian American culture.
Right. Well, we're
Around
trying to do, we're also trying to utilize the museum's ability on the museum later on today, expand the Italian language as possibly in a Zoom area. So somebody in California or Michigan can take the Italian language courses from Staten
Yeah.
Island. We're looking at that, you know, it's hopefully in the future we can do that. And plus the video, anything to expand the knowledge of the museum is definitely a plus. Thank you.
Yeah, if if you have the right social media person in place, and again, we have them here for you to use. The way we do it in my work is when we know we're going, like I had a radio show that was just on today, right? So that it airs every Saturday at 10:30. We have two blasts, if you will, on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter promoting the show. We actually take a clip out of what one of the individuals said that we found was really interesting. Hey, Saturday at 10:30, Nothing But the Truth be airing on WMTR radio and on podcast. Hope to see you there, whatever. Then on the day that the event is happening, like today at probably around 10:30 or 9:30, the little clock comes up, 1 hour to WMTR radio's Nothing But the Truth. And then after the show airs, we then repurpose it. We put it on our website, we have it on our YouTube channel, and we have it on our podcast. So they're always seeing what's happening on multiple levels. And I'm thinking of Carlos when they're running, you know, an event. That, to me, it's at least two times beforehand. You're running a production piece. You're actually doing the event that is being recorded and by the way, when the recordings can be edited, you know, so they don't have to be perfect. And then afterwards, it's very important to keep getting out. There should be 5 points of contact for every one of your events. It doesn't have to be. That's optimal to get the most engagement. So we'll take baby steps. It doesn't have to be perfect. Just take some pictures, take some videos, let us know what you want to do with them, and we'll put something together for you.
You know, the beauty, let me just jump in, Bob. The beauty of the pandemic and the lockdown, you know, I have a video production company, so everything needed to be, you know, high definition and professional. And obviously that is still very important, but the pandemic made everybody realize that we could all be our own videographers and documentarians. I mean, with just our phone, you know, we can take great photos and great pictures, and yes, you know, hand it off to someone like myself, you know, that can make it pretty, but don't be afraid, you know, don't be afraid that you don't know how to do, you know, the best video or take the best pictures, because just content is king and you only need one good shot, right? So just, you know, keep clicking away and keep filming. And then we can put something together really nice and dynamic, you know, 1 minute that shares your message.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else? And by the way, Tony Perfilio, I see that Dan Onofrio is here. You can mark him as present. Anybody else? Any hands raised, Justin? I can't tell.
We got a question in the chat.
What's the question?
If we need a website at the local lodge, how much would it cost to set that up?
James, that's a you question.
So the short answer would be we're working with the national office right now to come up with packages for the grand and local lodges if they need a website. So it's not finalized yet, but I believe when it is, I think Justin or Miles are going to distribute that pricing.
Okay, so we will do that.
Yeah.
We'll get that out. Who asked that question?
Shayla.
Oh, okay.
And even, you know, Bob gave the price out, what we did for the 30-second New York commercial. Bob and Mary and Mark, if this helps, you know, we can figure out pricing too for video, you know, because a 30-second video with just photos and a voiceover is much different if we have to come out somewhere and film. So we can put together that pricing as well, if people are interested.
Okay, so what I'll do, Mark, Mary, if you could just write this down, is let's get a pricing list from Lisa and James after the plenary, and we'll push it out to all of you, maybe with some to-do lists on how to do it as well. My recommendation is, while it may sound daunting to some, and I get it, find the person in your organization, because I hope we're impressing upon you the bottom line here is, Lisa said, it, content is king. The eyeballs will be on the organization. It will drive people to your website if you have a decent website, and it will translate into revenue and membership. There's just no question about it. So find that person, find that talent in your Grand Lodge that would be willing to take the program on. Thank you, Father. We'll see you soon. All right, Lisa, if there's nothing else, and James, thank you for taking your time out on Saturday. I know, Lisa, you just put your baby to sleep, so she's probably getting ready to get up and be active. So thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Have a great rest of the day.
Thank you, everybody.
Appreciate it.
Okay, bye.
Have a good weekend.
Bye.
Bye. All right, now is my time to make one of my two pitches. You've seen the show with Gino Oriema, the commercial from New York, the sponsorships from the Grand Lodge of New Jersey, and my law firm, and Mark D'Annunzio, and Michael and Paul Polo's firm. We go back to the human capital. The show costs money. It's not exorbitant. It's not so much about it is about money, but I also want to have 100% participation. That's an important figure in any fundraising thing. In terms of the packages, hopefully somebody's going to have that screen as to what it costs for hopefully your Grand Lodge to get either. I mean, we'd love to have a full sponsorship. That's what New York did. But you can have limited sponsorships as well, as you saw in New Jersey, the Northwest, my law firm. And there's even sponsorships below that. But it's very cost effective. And again, you can take this to your people and you can play it on your YouTube channel, play it on your Facebook. It's a forever piece for you by using our content and that you were a participant in. So I would really respectfully ask for 100% participation in this. Can we bring up the pricing? Just describe the packages more.
Okay, the Premier is the top tier. It includes the 2 30-second commercials with the logo, name mentioning at the beginning and the end, and a full-page color ad, the Italian America magazine. New York, again, for $5,000, you just take away the color ad in the Italian America magazine. That's 13 episodes. $5,000 for 13 episodes. If you want a half package, 6 episodes, the same thing. You 2 30-second commercials, logo with a little couple sentences and name at the beginning and the end of each show. Now you take out the 30-second commercials and you have the limited sponsorship. You get the name mention or logo at the beginning and the end of the show. 13 episodes and a half package for $250.
Yeah, so I took the 500. I think Mary was the 500. Mark was the 500. So we took the low one. New York took the 5,000. Thank you very much again, New York, for that. I think the Grand Lodges of New Jersey and the Great Northwest are the $500 package. Is that right, Mark?
The Northwest had the $250. The Grand Lodge of Ohio is signed up for a $500 package. Rhode Island's at $250.
All right. There you go. I really appreciate that. It is a de minimis cost. The value is being returned so much more. On that $7,500 package, I am now working on getting corporate sponsors. By the way, this also includes, I'm not just talking about Grand Lodges. Thank you, Paul Polo. Thank you to my partner at my law firm. Thank you, and Michael Polo. And thank you, Mark. And thank you, Mary. We all have people that own businesses that we know, or that maybe that some of us own. Please consider putting in an ad so that we can all be supporting one another, and the people that are watching the show can see everywhere where everyone is. So I think it's really impressive. Mary and Mark, do you want to add to that?
Sure. The ad packages are right on the website, front on the homepage of the website. That what I showed you, and you can pay through the credit card, and you don't have to send in a check. So it's all right.
Oh, sorry, Mark. I included the link in the chat. So just click on the link and it'll take you right to that page. It's all electronic from there.
Right. It's in the lower right corner on the osia.org website.
That's my first ask. We're working like dogs here to try to be able to get content that you can use and be proud of, that can spark membership and interest in the members you currently have, with some great interviews and some great things about who we all are. Anybody have any questions about any of this before we move on?
So when you do the sponsorship, like Mark or I, all you need to do is send in a picture and a few words. So Lisa Marie can know what next steps are. So the Grand Lodge of the Northwest, and then you provide email and email, website, and or phone number.
Okay. Like I said, anybody who owns a company who would like to contribute, we'd love to have you. All right. So seeing no hands raised, we'll move on to Sue Latabo and the employee handbook. Sue, I cannot thank you enough. I know how tedious this was. I know how many people were involved in this project in helping put this together. Thank you for that experience and your HR background. It was a tedious but an extremely necessary project in order for us to be a healthy organization, that we have a clear, linear handbook that makes sense. So, Sue, can you please present that, please?
Sure. You got the handbook in your business book. And I wanted to point out a few things. We didn't start from scratch because there were some good things in there. We made some changes. One was, for example, taking out company names. For example, our security system. We removed the name because we don't want to have to change the handbook every time we decide to go with a new vendor. We changed vacation and sick time to PAL time, which is basically personal time off, and they can use either or. We changed the sexual harassment policy majorly. What was there was very bland and very short. We've added to it we don't tolerate harassment of any kind, and we don't tolerate sexual harassment of any type. There's a lot of the things, as I said, stayed the same. What I did was I went through DC employment laws to make sure we were in compliance, since the office is in DC, to make sure we were in compliance with all employment laws there. And does anyone have any questions on this?
You're making that sound so fast, but I don't think it possibly expresses the number of hours that you put into it. And by the way, this was also vetted. And again, thank you for this extra project by Frank Gattuso and I believe Mary, and who else?
Mark D'Annunzio, Mary, and Frank Gattuso. Frank Gattuso was a big help, and I really appreciate his help on this. I appreciate everyone's help. But they went through everything. We made quite a few changes over a period of several months until we got basically what you were presented with in the business booklet.
Thank you again, Sue. I know you spent many hours on that.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, this is another one. It's going to be another one of my asks. We are taking the gold membership program to new stratospheres, and I'm really excited about this because we are talking about creating value in the gold membership. So I'm going to have Tony Anderson explain. Well, actually, let me start with Paul Polo. Paul's the originator of the gold membership program, so maybe he can talk to us about how it started, and then Tony, who's working with him, and Bob Panesi, I believe, as well, to move that into new heights. But we also have a new vision about what we're going to put into value of that gold membership. You may know that, by the way, this kind of also loops back into another thing. I've always tried to be a gold member, and I used the word tried because I never knew whether I was or I wasn't. This is part of the problem I think we had in the organization. And then we go to a plenary or a convention and somebody would pull out this list and they start reading off who the gold members were. And I'm like, dang it, my name is not on that list again. And I could swear I paid money for that gold membership. I don't understand this. And I go in the back of the room where they set the table in the back. And I'm like, I thought I paid. Well, your thing expired. And well, I didn't get a notice it expired. And so this is just kind of like nails on a chalkboard to me, a little maddening. I was like, first of all, why can't we have a fillable form? And why can't I click reoccurring payments so I don't have to break out into a sweat every time we get to a plenary convention? Somebody says, let's talk gold membership, and my name's not going to be on there again. And then I got elected as your national president, And it started again. They were like, Bob, you're not a gold member. I'm like, I know I paid 3 months ago for that gold. I know for a fact I did, because I did not want to come in as your national president not being a gold member. And then they were like, oh, there was a mistaken list. So we're cleaning all that up. And now I have mine, checked on reoccurring payments. So Paul, let's start with the how you started this, and we'll go from there. Paul Polo.
You're
Paul
on
here?
mute.
You're on mute, Paul.
Several years ago, several of us came up with the idea, and what we wanted to do was raise money to protect our heritage and many other things. The reason, worthy president, that we had you so confused is because we tried to get you to pay 2-3 times. It was a gimmick, and and it worked with you, but that's fine.
That's funny.
But with Tony and Robert, we've really revitalized the entire thing, and I would, if it's okay, ask Tony to start the explanation.
Thank
you, Paul. As our worthy president said, our past national president, Paul Polo, is the founder and creator of this gold membership program. And we wanted to be a premier membership package for our organization that shows support for what we do, but also provides you with a great value as a premier member. The cost of the gold membership has remained $100 since the inception by Brother Polo. But this membership is about to change. We're working on expanding the program to provide even more value to us and the ability to attend private functions with dignitaries and special guests. Currently, we're working on additional discounts on products as well as new vendors. We're excited about having you as one of our premier gold members. We want every single person who is not a member was on the call yesterday and today to become a gold member. As leaders of this organization, I believe that's part of our responsibility, and I hope you would think that as well. So, Brother Paul, I'll throw it back to you. I know that you have something very important to say here.
Right. I want all of you to know that the three of us, Tony, Robert, and I, wanted to show you that we had skin in the game. So we each chipped in, and we're taking $1,000 to kick off the new gold membership program. And just to show you that our heart's in it.
Wow, that's amazing. Thank you, guys. Thank you. And I want to add that one of the things that I think that is important is that we add value, like Tony was saying. For example, in the old Neela's, we used to have a VIP room where you could meet the special guests. Well, that's going to be part of the gold membership now. When we're going to have, you're a gold member, you're one of those VIPs. We also have the live series that we do where we had Joe Mantegna, all the people that you see, Mike Massimino, Gino Auriemma. We have a green room before we, even though it's on the Zoom, before we start the call, before we actually go live, we actually have a really talking for maybe 15 or 20 minutes beforehand. And we give gold members an opportunity to be in the green room and to meet the individual and speak to them. We're working on discounted services. I believe, and we don't have that straightened out yet, but the discounted services alone may pay up for the value of the gold membership itself. Some believe that based on all the stuff we want to do, we should raise the gold membership up to $250. I don't want to do that. I want to keep it at $100. Why? I want to see people have skin in the game, like Paul just used that expression. And I agree with Tony. Can we just mute the thank you. I agree with Tony that if we're officers and everybody wants to be in these positions, and that's great, please, we try to get 100% participation in being a gold member, and we believe you will see the value of that rather than just you get the pin and the certificate and all that, but also you're going to be getting some other opportunities as well. That is going on our dashboard. Mary, do we have that dashboard available?
And then when Mary shows that, Robert, Bob, Robert has something also to say.
Okay. Assuming you mean Robert Farida?
No, Robert Panici.
There's too many Roberts.
I know it. It's like the Tonys.
So I want to explain to you guys, we're not done with this yet because we needed to do a lot of work on getting to know the organization and the national office staff and the things that they're doing. And this is part of every business coach I've ever had has this. This is an amazingly positive thing. You're all welcome to do it on the Grand Lodge level if you'd like. But when we have our Tuesday calls, those are our idea days. Those are where we establish what I refer to as our quarterly rocks, our goals, but not just goals. Goals is a general word. A rock is something that we want to accomplish during that quarter. So right now I have suggestions from everybody who's on those Tuesday and Friday calls about what they believe the quarterly rock should be. And we're going to narrow them down to a few, but this isn't finalized, but this is an example. A little hard to read, but if we can maybe pinch it out a little bit. So for example, I'm just going to do one real quick. One of the number 3, if you see there, is hit 1,200 YouTube subscribers. Now, if you can now go back in, Mary, maybe you can, it's hard for me to see. So if you can explain it, each week, as you can see, there's weeks that are there. Each week, Justin reports on that. He's the owner of that project. Now, that does not mean that Justin has to be the person who gets 1,200 YouTube subscribers. What it just means is he's the one who reports to us on Friday. Friday's our metrics day. Where are we at? So we started with 8. Okay, there's an example. You see January 28, 22, we started out with 812 subscribers. Okay. Well, the next week, Justin reported that we were up to 814 subscribers. Yay! Got 2 more subscribers over the week. Okay. But we're trying to get to that goal of 1,200, which I think is a very attainable thing. So why do we do this? How many hours watched on YouTube you see there? We're going to be changing this up a little bit, but you can take it down now. The reason we have that dashboard is that we all know now that we're focused on everyone on meeting now. I'm saying, hey, could you join our YouTube channel? I wasn't always saying that because I got a million things I could be asking. But now that I know that we're focused on that as being a quarterly rock, it's more likely we're going to have Justin and Miles when people call in. Hey, thanks for the help. Really appreciate it. Hey, we would really appreciate if you become a YouTube subscriber. Here's how you could do it. So we're going to see whether or not we can meet that quarterly goal. No problem if we don't. But now that we have the direction and we know that that is of great importance to us, we're going to track it each and every week to see where we're going and then implement programs in order to get us to that goal. So I hope that kind of makes sense. We crystallize what we think is most important, and then we put the programs together in order to accomplish it. And we got some really good stuff that I'll be working on next week from all the suggestions of Robert, all the people that are on the Tuesday and Friday calls. And we're going to really solidify what our quarterly rocks are. But that's one of them is going to be 100% participation of the Supreme Council in the Gold Membership Program. And Tony will be the person that will be the owner of that task. And with his team and us, we're all going to work on creating a way of doing that and outreaching and seeing if we can increase that gold membership from what to what, guys? I don't know where we're at right now with numbers.
We're currently at 43 members, but we want to more than double that in this next quarter. And I think Robert has a way that we might be able to do that. Robert?
Thanks, Tony. First of all, I'd like to thank Worthy President for giving me this opportunity to chair the committee. I was more surprised than anybody. And Tony and Paul have been a great asset. We've been working together quite often. The first thing we'd like to do is offer a promotional offer for first-time members, 50-50, buy one, get one free. And our suggestion is, or our hope would be that the second one that you buy, you could give to a special person in your lodge, the oldest past president, the oldest member, the longest serving member. And when the renewal time comes up, your lodge would pick up the price for that person. It would be a gift for them for their service. And as Worthy President said, we're also looking for automatic renewal. We're also looking to create a universal renewal date. beginning in January of 23. So at the same time, every year, everybody comes renewal, and you don't have to worry about it. And we're looking at some other issues like maybe a prorated membership for this year. If you joined in July, you would only pay 50%, and then you would pick up the 100% come January, and then everybody would be on the same page come January 23. Also, members will be getting recognition in the magazine, Questa Mese, the convention books, invitations to the cocktail receptions, and the Zoom calls. And we're also having an option for at-large members so that they can get involved also. We're discussing the money that's raised from this. I know Paul's original intention was to keep the per capita down. Besides that, we'd also like to ensure that some of the money that comes from this goes to CSJ and other things that we do in the lodge, in the Supreme Lodge. That would be left up to the leadership, obviously. And basically that's it. I think you guys have all covered most of everything else. But again, thank you, Brother President, for this opportunity, and Tony and Paul, thank you for all your input. If there's anything else, let me know. I'm at your service.
Thank you, Bob. I don't, before we take a break, I know we have a poll on, we did yesterday, who am I? I asked that people, I just, I just want to express, I understand things are different and all that, but part of that gold membership program is about an investment in us. We are the leaders of this organization, but also engagement. Like this is the biggest thing that concerns me as your national president. I'm going to be very straightforward. Engagement. Who's going to engage with these assets, Lisa Marie and James, that we're giving to you in a box? Who's going to engage in taking some pictures to let us know? Who's going to engage in trying to make sure their websites are out there? Because there's no honor in people not having eyeballs on the great work you're doing. That worries me. And yesterday we asked, it's just a little thing, but the who am I, which I think was kind of interesting. You may not like it, and I'm interested, but we asked everybody to put something in, and we got 2 responses. It was fun. I thought it was fun. We learned something about who we were. We put something back out today in the email. So I asked them to put a poll together to try to get a sense as to why engagement is so difficult. So if we could just show that poll. Oh, Michael, you have your hand up? Michael Polo?
Yeah, I wanted to say, so after our meeting yesterday and I saw the list of the gold members, I did what you did, Bob. I thought I was a member. So I went on the website and I signed up again, and I got my reply from the CSJ. And so I wanted to just say, are there more than one gold membership, or is it just the email came from the CSJ?
Just one.
Okay.
So Paul, you may have signed up for a business directory sponsorship. So I just sent out, while we're pulling up this poll, everyone, I just sent through the chat. We just made, with Bob and Paul and Tony's help, we made a live gold membership page. So I just sent that out through the link. That is, as they mentioned, on a recurring basis. So once you pay, that will be recurring until you cancel it. And we, as kind of Bob alluded to, we will come up with a plan for that January 1st restart date, what that looks like prorated after June. But it's easy, guys. Go in. It's live right now. So I just sent the link through the chat. So head in there and sign up right now.
Justin, you also send an email out with that link to everybody?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Okay, a number of hands are up. Just hold on a second, guys. Lynn, go ahead. Lynn Murphy.
I have a question. Whatever happened to the original list? I was a charter member when it started. My husband joined later. I've paid every year. And when I called back and asked Adam, what happened? Well, I'll take care of it. but I mean, it's like, I think there's several of us that have joined for many years and we've renewed it. Did we
Yeah.
get lost in the shuffle?
Yeah, that's the Lynn Lawrence Murphy bringing home the heat. I mean, that's why I told her. That's why I was like in a sweat. And Tony Anderson's going to answer that. I agree with you. Look, we're fixing it. I mean, that's the way it was. But go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, Lynn, that's exactly what happened to Bob and I as well, because we were charter members, and last year in the Italian magazine comes out, I know I paid.
Yeah.
But Linda's name and my name were not there, and I called up Adam, and he didn't know. He had to look into it. Well, we're taking care of this now. We're going to do this better. We're creating a better membership opportunity here for us, and we really, really like the fact that we're going to have that auto renewal.
Yeah.
So we don't have to worry about that happening in the future. So, matter of fact, I called Bob and I said, "Hey, Bob, as our national president, what's the matter with you?" Huh?
I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, we were kidding back and forth, but this hopefully will fix all of these issues, Lynn.
Okay, I just renewed in October. Both my
Okay.
husband and myself,
All
so-
right, we'll make sure. I see other hands up. We'll get to you in a second, Lynn. But this also speaks to a larger issue. We are automating so many processes in the office, and with the renewable thing, that these mistakes won't be continuing to happen. And plus, it takes away from office staff having to have lists and cross-referencing. And this is what we're getting there. We'll be there. But I feel your pain. I know, Robert Frito, you got your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to, Bob, to your point, remember last week's meeting? These renewal cards were mailed out January 2020. I had moved in the interim. I just received them 2 weeks ago for the gold membership. So to your point, Bob, we definitely need a renewal, automatic renewal. And I thought I was a member also. I keep, like you, out of sight, out of mind. I didn't get the card. I just got them 2 weeks ago from 2020.
Yeah. I mean, the idea to me, and I am not making it up when I tell you, I don't have an envelope or a stamp in this house. So it's like I get something and I literally hunch over in exhaustion. It's so much easier to go online and just do that. Anybody else have any more questions? Go ahead, Maria.
I signed up too as a charter member, but my question is, I went on the page for the auto renewal, and you have to sign up again to take advantage, if I understand correctly, of the auto renewal in January. If you are able to, make everything start from January on, are we going to be, those of us that are already members, are we going to be given the opportunity to sign up for that auto renewal, or how is that going to work?
Good question.
Justin?
The auto renewal is built in. So as long as you put in, like if you didn't see yourself on the list today in the business book, go onto the website and sign up through there. What we'll do is that'll kick us out a list, and we can cross-reference the list that we have, and we'll add you in. But then the nice thing from that is your payment information will be in the system, so you won't have to worry about it next year. So that would be my suggestion for everyone who didn't see their name on the list. That means that you were not active. Go in, sign up, and we'll get you.
Well, Justin, I just want to add to that. For example, I see you, Joanne. We'll get to you next. Do I have to go in there now? Because I mean, I'm paid up now, but do I need to do it in order to get the auto renewal?
So the people who are active, what will happen is we'll have to contact you separately to get your payment information, and we'll add you into that list so that you guys will be renewed automatically.
Okay, great. Joanne? You're on mute, Joanne. Can somebody unmute Joanne's?
Joanne, you're muted. Just hit your space, but hold your space bar down.
No, you're still muted. Can somebody unmute her from the host?
Joanne, you have to continue to hold the space bar down. You
My check was sent in the beginning of December, and I see I'm not on the list.
Well, Joanne, we'll take care of that. But you're proving the point that Robert Ferrito just talked about. We're getting mail that's not being, I'm getting Christmas cards back that were undelivered from the mail from Christmas. I mean, we either corner getting to the website and doing it easy that way, but you'll have, Justin's gonna have to rectify that as well. But maybe they didn't receive it. I don't
Maybe
know.
they didn't.
Did they cash the check?
Yes, was
Okay.
cashed.
Then Justin, there's another issue there with Joanne. Check was cashed and
Sorry, Jen, I was figuring out a poll functioning problem. Can you repeat the issue?
she paid and her name's not on the list.
Yeah, we'll get you updated on the list.
All right, if anybody paid who is not on the list, just email Justin.
Yeah.
This is going to be the last time we're ever going to deal with this. I promise you, because I've been a victim too. I feel like I need to go to counseling, the gold membership program. So it will not happen. We're cleaning it up. My man Frank Gattuso, Mr. Orter. Go ahead.
One question. My name wasn't on it, so I just went on and renewed it. And I used the link that Justin just sent, and it did come up as a receipt from the Commission on Social Justice. And I used exactly what you sent. So I don't know if that's something we need to correct.
So it must just be so the payment is through Supreme. The automatic email that gets sent must just be there must be an error on the wording on that email, but I'm pulling up the people who are signing up right now and you guys are going through, so.
Okay, I know what, go ahead, Tony. Let's try, we get it. We still got fixes we got to do.
Okay, just one suggestion, because the mails right now are so awfully slow. A suggestion is if you take that form, fill it out, scan it to a PDF and send it in by email to the national office, they'll have it immediately. And that's what I did and it worked just fine.
Yeah, but that doesn't set up the reoccurring payment, issue.
It was, the recurring payment was on that form.
Okay, all right.
And the other question, the other thing I had was a question. When I looked at the list in the business book, and my memory at least is that it didn't designate those of us who were charter members. And I would suggest that notation be put on any lists that are published from now on.
Well, Tony, we'll see if we have those records. I'm just being square. There've been a number of times that we've been looking for records and we weren't able to find them, but I think that is a good suggestion if we can do it. Again, this is just starting out, but once we cross-reference and we get everybody in the system, it's going to run smoothly from that point forward. How the emails are getting generated, we'll look into. So we'll do that next week. Guy, do we have the poll or not? Because I know we want to take a break.
Worthy President, real quick, I have to leave. It's Joe Rondinelli.
I'll bring it up.
I have the poll ready.
Okay, Joe. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Great meetings.
Thank you, Joe.
Go
was that,
ahead,
Mary?
Mary.
Ready to launch the poll?
Yes. Okay, so this poll's a little like everything we did this at the last minute. It says, did you respond? I did. And when I go to hit submit, it won't let me. I assume it's making me hit number 2.
Yeah, I
So-
just put other.
Yeah, I'm just going to click other.
So,
Yeah, and I'm just curious because it's kind of an easy thing to do, and we want to get your opinions. And
question?
yeah,
I clicked on yes, and then I did submit, and it's not letting me
you,
submit.
you got to hit other. Question 2 says other.
Other, okay, thank you.
Yep. I love these polls. They're cool.
They are fun.
Immediate feedback.
You still need one for the pineapple on a pizza.
You see that I'm not confident enough to put one as a gravy or sauce.
I knew you weren't going there.
I'm on a roll right now. I don't want to go down. Are we ready, Justin, or no?
We have 43 people that have responded.
Okay, we got 53 people here. Anybody else going once, twice? Anybody having a problem? All right, let's take a look.
All right. So question 1, did you respond to the who is this game for the winter plenary? Of the 44 responses, 45 responses, 24 of you said yes, 53%. So about a 50-50 split. And then why not? Or why did you not respond? Forgot was 18%.
It's up there now.
What's
Can
up
you
there?
see it? It's being shared.
Yeah, so the 53%, does that make sense to us? Because I thought we only got 3.
No, we had other people sending in after you asked the question, we had other people sending in.
Oh,
I don't know
cool,
that I got 24 responses, but I certainly got more than 3.
All right, good. Okay, great. See, that's a good snapshot because if I see that many people were interested, then that informs me. You can close it out. If you forgot, you can email Mark or Mary. Why don't you give me your email addresses because maybe your life will be selected. All right, so you can email Mark or Mary. Let's take a 15-minute break, guys. Thanks so much for everything. We'll come back on the other end and we'll do a little trust agreement stuff. I know you're all excited about that. And then we'll get into Garibaldi, and then we'll do our Solero Award. Okay, see you in 15.
Nice countdown.
A bit, I want you, you're getting the award, I'm here for you.
Yeah, most definitely.
Hello?
Hey, Vince, yeah, I heard you. How you doing?
How about you?
I'm good. It's Mark D'Annunzio.
Hey, Mark, how you been?
Been very well. How about yourself?
Hey, I'm hanging in there every day, Mark, trying to do the best I can.
All right, good. Well, congratulations on your award.
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate it very much.
Hey, Vince,
Yes.
it's Barbara.
Hey, Barb, how are you?
I'm okay, darling. How are you?
Pretty good. I can't complain, Barb, really.
Okay, that's good to hear. Yeah, and congratulations. I want to add mine. My brother Joe wanted to sit in on the award, but I don't think I can get him.
No problem. You're so appreciated.
Hey, Vince, this is Tony Anderson. It's good to hear your voice.
It's good to see everybody looking good. I'm glad to see Bearers are back and out, up and doing well, which is great. Was really concerned for a while there, Vera. And you guys just take care, and I will just listen on the meetings. Take care.
Good to hear you, Vince.
Take care, Vince. It's Diane, New Jersey. Congratulations.
Thank you. What's that?
Congratulations, buddy.
Joe Faciola.
Hey, Joe.
I didn't understand what he said.
Darth
Just
Vader is
for-
back,
just for
Joe.
everybody's repurpose. It's always been gravy. It'll never be anything else but gravy.
Vince, can you start your video?
Not really. I'm not really too sharp with this here, but the main thing is I've been listening and things working good there. And at least we can communicate. That's all I really worry about.
Okay.
I'm not really worrying about.
Mark,
Yes,
Mark,
yes.
I have something very strange on my screen.
And what's that?
I'm viewing the Osaya National Office screen and a bunch of numbers.
That's the timer to tell you
Yeah,
what 15
right.
minutes is up.
Oh, okay.
That was put up on purpose. Justin is showing the timer so that
Oh,
people.
he's
come
so
back.
great. I'll
He
tell
is.
you. He's
Yep.
the best.
Usually they do that with the national debt and it goes up by 10,000 a second. It's very,
I'm gonna get over by 4 o'clock to go down, to get there for 4:30 mass. So I'm just telling ahead of time. If you would
Okay.
appreciate it.
well, you're getting the award, you're getting the award in a short while, right?
Uh-huh,
Okay, great.
okay. Thank you.
Hi, Vincent. Long time no talk.
Yeah,
It's Joanne.
yeah, we talk.
Yeah, we do.
It might have been, what was it, 24th or 24 hours? I don't know.
Possibly.
So remember, you're only a bridge away, Joe.
I'll never forget that one. The state president of New Jersey, when I was national president, said, if you ever need anything, remember, we're only a bridge away.
Aw.
And that has always stayed with me.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
that was the
beautiful.
soul, that was Angelo Di Clementi.
It was, yes, it was the Clementi.
Mhm. Wow, I remember those days. My goodness.
Yeah,
Oh, we had some good times.
indeed.
Yeah, that's, they pass and people pass too. That's, if we could all be around for a little longer, be nice, but who knows?
Well, one day at a time, Vince. That's what we do.
Hey, no problem.
Yes.
I'll be 89 in May, so I can't worry about it too much.
Oh, my goodness. Wow. Huh. Okay. Well, you look great. I've been watching you on our Zoom meetings and whatnot. You know, and you look great in June. So, yeah, it's all good.
That got so far, really, it's, you know, you get minor things you gotta do, but that's to be expected in life, but I can't complain at all.
Okay. All right. We'll talk soon. Okay. I will give you a call.
All right, take care.
Okay. You too.
Hey, Mark, can you hear me? Mark,
Yes, Joe, I can.
just a quick question on that gold membership. I can't find the list, is my name on that list or not? I don't even know if I'm a member.
Let me see if it's in
Send
the,
in another check, Joe.
It's on page 40.
yes,
It's on
your
page
name is listed in the business book.
Okay,
Joe, it's page 43.
gotcha. I couldn't find it.
And
Wait a
I'm
minute.
checking, I'm
Juliana,
checking the
on a
books
Zoom
for
call. I will call you
payments.
later.
Did I hear that Murphy was one of the ones that wasn't on the list?
Bill
but that
Murphy,
can-
yes, Bill
Yes.
Murphy.
I
will
can
call you
confirm
after
it's in the
my-
books. She should be on the list. She actually paid for 2 memberships.
Yeah, her and Bill.
I see Arlene Anziotti, I'm not on it either.
Thank you, Shayla.
You're very
Joe
welcome.
DiTrapani, you are on the list.
Thank you.
Am I on the
Okay.
list?
Okay,
Michelle
guys.
Mint?
Michelle,
Yes.
yes, okay.
Thank you.
I looked.
Oh,
and
yes, I
I'm
see it.
Barbara, what page is that?
43.
I'm not on the list anymore.
Oh,
The
Who is-
Okay,
The
guys,
Supreme Lodge does have a list because in years past, I've seen it published with names of charter members.
Yes.
There used to be a separate listing for CSJ.
We
Okay,
do
guys,
have a
we-
list with,
Line, and you'll try to commission for
Justin has-
social justice one.
Justin, did you want to say something?
yeah, we do have a list with charter members. We can absolutely, going forward, identify who's a charter member. Arlene, Vera just left me a message about her and you, so I'll get back to her about that.
Okay, thank you. And
But I would say this, if you think you've paid by check, especially by check,
Yes.
send me an email. Shayla and I will double check the deposits that were made, and we can verify whether or not that check was ever deposited, which means we received it or not. And kind of like I mentioned before the break, going forward, even if you have paid by check in the past, I would recommend you still sign up on that webpage. And that way your credit card information is in there. So going forward, you won't have to worry about it. But if you have any questions about like your personal case, feel free to, send me an email and we'll look into it and we'll go from there. So don't hesitate to reach out.
Justin, so there will be an email that goes out eventually to tell us that it's ready for January or enrolling?
Yeah, so what, like I said, we just got this live as of yesterday morning. Everyone on this call is kind of our beta test. So once we have everything finalized, we will follow up with this link again, but I am going to be meeting with Paul and Tony and Bob Panicia about what that prorating looks like, how we're going to handle that January 1st, 2023 renewal.
Okay, I see that Paul Polo's hand is up. You're on mute, Paul.
Yes, I just want to say that the list is on page 43 in our packet here.
Got it.
Okay, Tony Anderson, your hand is up. You're on mute, Tony.
Thank you. One of the things we may want to think about, worthy president, is those that joined towards the end of the year, last year, that membership is 22, and then they're on the full swing. And then when January 123 comes, everybody's on the same cycle.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. I think that's a good idea. We'll talk about it offline. We have a full agenda. We will cross-reference the list. If you can email Justin with any questions you have, and we'll go from there, guys. All right, well, welcome back. The bylaw committee is now going to present some changes in the Sons of Italy Foundation trustee agreement. And for any of you who may be joining us as we live stream on YouTube, just to let you know, I'm not always in the curve either. So I actually had to ask Mark and Mary. We're streaming on YouTube, so I actually shared it to Facebook. So now all of my Facebook followers are watching, what it is, all the great work that we're doing here. And if you're just joining us, this is the plenary session, winter session of the Order of Sons and Daughters of Italy in America. We're the largest and oldest Italian-American organization in the United States. We have lodges and grand lodges throughout the country. We've donated tens of millions of dollars in charities and scholarships over the years, including everything from Cooley's anemia, Alzheimer's, disaster relief, wounded veterans, and the list goes on, as well as our scholarships from the Sons of Italy Foundation. The order is basically organized by the Supreme Lodge, which is the donor organization to two other arms of the organization, which is the Sons of Italy Foundation, that's our philanthropic arm, and then the Commission for Social Justice, which is our anti-defamation and positive image arm of the order. So if you're not a member of the Order of Sons and Daughters of Italy in America, and you'd like to be a part of what this excellent group does, whether you be an at-large member, which is on kind of a virtual membership, or moreover, if you want to join a grand lodge or a local lodge, so you can participate in all the great events they have, and they do have great events, then you can go to osia.org, Order of Sons and Daughters of Italy in America. You can Google it, and we'd love to have you. So with that said, we're going to go into a bylaw of the trust agreement. The trust agreement was a document that was prepared, an agreement between the Supreme Lodge and the Sons of Italy Foundation some time ago. One of the things that I've tasked our orator and bylaw committee members to do is to go over both bylaws that are antiquated, no longer really apply to this organization, which started in 1905. So we've had a really long history here, and as well as the trust agreement to make sure that we make it more current. So I'll turn it over to the person that is going to present on the change in the trust agreement.
All right, I believe that's going to be myself, unless you want to do it, Frank.
No, you're good, Tony. You did the report. It looks great. Go ahead.
All right, so my report is on page 30. I'm going to make this very, very brief. When we started out at the beginning of the current administration, all of the committees had goals. And one of those goals was to do a complete review of the Sons of Italy Foundation Trust Agreement by the end of January of 2022. We did that ahead of schedule. That review included all of the members of the bylaw committee. The changes that are in front of you, which are the third attachment to my report, which starts on page 30, and the third attachment starts on page 34. Those changes were unanimously approved by the bylaw committee. They received the review of the national order and also the review of the president of the Sons of Italy Foundation. So also in my report is a memorandum dealing with the issue of emeritus trustees. And there's also an attachment, it's attachment 2, which explains the rationale for all of the changes that we're about to vote on. The actual changes that you're going to vote on, as I said, are on page 34 and 35. The only articles the only paragraphs in the trust agreement that we're recommending changes to are paragraphs 2, 5, 7, and 8. All of the rest of the trust agreement remains unchanged. The changes appear in blue as either adds or strikeouts. And I'm not going to go through each of the changes individually. They're in your business book. You've had them. And at this point, I would offer a motion that the changes to Appendix B, Sons of Italy Foundation Trust Agreement that appear on page 34 and 35 of the business book be approved.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve the changes to the trust agreement as pursuant to what Tony just indicated. Is there a person who'd like to make that motion? Raise your hand.
Motion.
Okay.
I make a motion.
Okay.
Second.
Lynn Murphy makes the motion, seconded by Maria. Any discussion on the motion? Raise your hand if you have discussion, please. And I'll let Justin. Paul Polo, I see your hand is up. Go ahead.
Yes, if I'm looking at it right, now all the emeritus presidents on the foundation no longer can have a vote. Is that correct?
That's Paul, that is not exactly correct in that the emeritus trustees the emeritus trustees never really had a legal vote. They voted and the practice went on for some time, but it was only recently that we were asked to review the trust agreement and determine whether that was appropriate or not. And the trust agreement has always stated that the board of trustees could establish different classes of membership other than those 18 designated voting trustees, but that those classes of membership would be non-voting. Unfortunately, over time, that provision of the trust agreement was ignored, and that prohibition against voting was violated. But the trust agreement has never provided for emeritus trustees to vote.
Okay, so that all these years that we have voted, it was never a problem. Is there any opportunity to change the 18 to whatever? I'm talking about President Emeritus. Is there any way to change the 18 to give them, I mean, they go to the meetings, they whatever. I'm just asking. And when you're emeritus of in the Supreme Lodge, you vote. It's a whole different thing. I know that, but I'm just wondering if it could be the same on a foundation.
Let me add something, Paul, to answer your question a little bit more directly. We are constricted by this trust agreement that currently exists. And the trust agreement directly says that there shall be no more than 4 additional trustees elected by the majority vote from the list of active, past national presidents by the trustees. They will have a vote. Those 4 will have a vote, and they're part of the 18. And that's the way it's set up right now. Your question is, can it be changed? Of course, anything can be changed, but if it's done through the proper procedures. That wasn't done here. That was not recommended here. In fact, we discussed that, and I think we voted that we were going to keep it the way it is. But obviously, we've always opened the proposals and discussion over the topic.
Yeah, I just want to add to that as well, that this does not mean that the people cannot voice their opinions in it. And I know Joe Shiami is going to have something to say about that as well. But the reason that the trust agreement, and let's keep in mind that this trust agreement is very sensitive to our 501c3 status as a not-for-profit organization. And the Supreme Lodge historically put these positions in place for a certain reason. It wanted to ensure that the Supreme Lodge maintained control over the foundation as the donor organization. One of the concerns that was brought up was that legally, if we were to be audited or looked at with respect to the trustee agreement, we're in solid shape with the one we currently have because we've been using it for multiple years. But if we change it, we may be increasing liability with respect to people saying that the foundation no longer is under the control of the Supreme. And I think that's why they had the positions limited when they first entered into the trust agreement. I don't know if Joe Shiami has anything he wants to add to that. He knows more about it than I do. See Joe Shiami shaking his head would not have changed the outcome of any of those votes. So luckily, we're not in that situation from what I understand.
That's correct. And we also recommended that, just to be on the safe side, that at a future meeting of the foundation board, that a vote be taken by those authorized to vote that makes all actions of the board up to that point, that included votes from non-voting members, regularized and approved as if they were approved originally that way.
Okay, I'd like to recognize Joe Shiami at this point.
I think Joanne wanted to make a statement.
Okay, I'll recognize Joanne. Please unmute yourself, Joanne.
My question is, if the trust, whether or not the trust can be changed, it would be changed through a vote of the council, the Supreme Lodge.
Yes.
Yes.
So bylaws could be submitted, and
it's not bylaws, it would be a recommendation.
the trust
to change the trust
recommendation.
agreement.
Yes.
It would come before the Supreme Lodge.
Yes.
Yes.
I think there's some, I'm glad you asked that question, because I think there's some confusion about how it works. So the Supreme Lodge is the, as somebody mentioned here, is the donor organization. The CSJ and the foundation exist under the auspices of the Supreme Lodge. And so when the trust agreement was entered into and approved by the governmental authorities, it was approved with the understanding that the Supreme Lodge, in order to have control over the foundation, which is the donor organization, and CSJ for that matter as well, had to have a specific percentage of Supreme Council officers on, like, for example, myself and the foundation as the chairman of the board, and the first vice president, and so on, so that the Supreme had control over what was happening in the foundation, and it didn't separate into three separate organizations. That's the reason why I think it was very well spelled out. And anything we do to, well, I'm like, that's not on the table today. It was extensively discussed from a legal point of view, from a tax point of view. We can regularize everything that was done, as Tony indicated. And Joe, I'll go back to recognizing you.
Okay. Well, first of all, good afternoon again. I've said a little up until this point, but it's great seeing everybody. And this particular change to legitimize all that has been done needs to be done for the record, because the 501c3 status is very important to our order sons and daughters of Italy and America. So I want to make sure that we're operating correctly. The matter of trustees emeriti being named in any organization are handled in many, many different ways. One could be a trustee with a vote. One could be a trustee emeritus without a vote. There are requirements if you allow people to vote. In other words, they can't haphazardly just show up at a meeting when they want. They're required then to come to all meetings, or they have to be absented or excused. And I've lived through this through the charter school industry. I founded a charter school. It's got 800 kids. And when I completed my founding and 10 years of service, I was put through the ringer to be the chairman emeritus. So in order for me to stay involved, I was named a trustee. I still serve on the board fully. I have to attend all meetings. The minute that I decide that I want to be the chair emeritus, I will lose my power to vote. This was designated, of course, by the city of New York. I've checked with several other organizations that have similar requirements. Does it pain me? Yes. Have I been in the room all these years during that period? Yes. Did I ask the question? Yes. Was I told that it wouldn't matter? Yes. So, you know, I'm now in the position that you have appointed and elected me to. I feel I have the responsibility for us to be doing it properly. I don't like it because number one, I know everybody that's involved and I know the years of service that they've given. So my way to deal with it, whether you all think this works, but I deal a lot by consensus in my whole life. I like to hear everybody out. I try to be a good listener. Let everybody express his or her opinion as a trustee, whether with a vote, without a vote. When it comes time for the vote, yeah, to legitimately do it, we have those whose vote can count. But in the meantime, we'll almost have like a vote kind of in the backdrop where we'll say at one point, what is the consensus of the group on the matter? Should we hand out the Neela scholarships to the tune of 105,000? And probably we'll have discussion. And I know everybody will agree because I've been in the room. I can't remember one disagreement, except a few years ago where we were trying to collect some money on a charity. But the point of the matter is then we'll ask for the official vote. And in that way, we'll have the benefit. We all need the wisdom of those who served. Vincent Sarno, Joseph DiTrapani, and Paul Polo even before them, as well as those who served as trustees in capacities such as Joanne Strollo, Frank Panessa, who's helped us tremendously, and Sal Lanzolata when he was on. I think those, by memory, are the trustees emeriti who would be affected by this. And so I see a way to get around it through consensus building, but then in terms of the official vote, unless there was to be in the future, some bylaw that would go through the process that you heard about. And even there, I hate to tamper with the 501c3 status. I myself someday will be in the same place. I will have served and I will have felt proud about it, but I probably won't have a vote unless I turn out to be one of the 4 past presidents that get selected. And that would be the only way that we can do it. I'm so proud of what we are doing. I want us to stay on the straight and narrow path to do it, but I want to try to make everybody happy. And that's all I could really say.
Okay, guys, I don't want this to become unwieldy, that this is not part of the motion. I'll allow it to go on a little bit more, but I see hands are raised. Let's keep in mind that changing something like this could have significant legal and tax implications. Go ahead, Tony Perfilio.
I just want to make it sure that everybody clearly understands that the not having emeritus trustees vote is not something that the bylaw committee decided to change. That has been in the trust agreement from the beginning. And if we were to entertain a motion to change the trust agreement in that fashion, the bylaw committee would have to go back and scrub the entire agreement, because there are at least 3 places in the trust agreement where from the very, very beginning in 1959, it has said there shall be a stated number of voting trustees. And I would be, it would be reckless for us to try to make changes without now going through and reviewing the entire document to make sure that we didn't have an inconsistency.
And just to add to that, Tony, that then it has to be resubmitted, okay, to the
To the
government
IRS.
officials. And I'm just saying, not, we are doing everything as square and legal as we can see here. I got you, Frank. I'll be with you in a minute. As is possible. But sometimes they grandfather you in because, okay, they've had that trust agreement for 20, 30 years. So we're not, and they change the rules and the regulations. And when you submit a new trust agreement to them, then you may have opened Pandora's box where you otherwise wouldn't. It's a significant concern. Frank, go ahead.
One point I just want to make to piggyback on what Tony and Bob just said. There are 3 levels of analysis here. There's us, right? There's the Supreme Council, who is the voting body, who is the donor under the trust agreement. We also have the IRS, the 501 or the 501c3, whatever it is, that we have to comply with those tax laws. And then we have the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This trust agreement was prepared under the laws of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and it's registered in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And when it was prepared with the understanding that we're going to have a limited group of people from Supreme Council that are going to be the voting body of this organization, which was 18 people, which included the four past national presidents under that. So the analysis isn't going to just stop with us. The analysis has to go through the IRS and it has to go through the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And I just throw that out there to caution everyone. If you're going to make a proposal, make sure you understand what it's going to take to make a change and the level of analysis that's going to be necessary.
And the implications of what could occur legally.
Sure.
Okay, but there is a motion on the table right now to accept the changes as they currently are, and there's a second to the motion. Is there any more discussion on the motion? Justin, any hands raised? No hands raised. All those in favor of the motion signify by raising your hand, please. Justin, I'll take a quick scan. Okay, any opposed? Put your hands down. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Anybody abstain?
Abstain.
What's that, Vince?
I abstain.
Okay, 1 abstention. Motion carries. What?
2 abstentions.
Who's the other one? Oh, Dan Longo.
Dan
Okay.
Longo.
Dan Longo and Vince Sarno abstain. Motion passes. Okay, let's move on to the Garibaldi Meucci Museum Committee presentation. Carlo, I believe you'll be the one doing that.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody, and just want to wish everybody a happy Valentine's Day on Monday. And I hope all the gentlemen brought their wives some nice presents for that particular day. I just want to state that I want to report on our luncheon that was held in November. We had a very successful luncheon. It was a virtual luncheon, and the total profit, the bottom line is we had a profit of $29,749.65. By the way, my report appears on pages 37 to 40. I want to thank everybody who supported the event, whether you were there, whether you took an ad out, whether you sponsored a table. Also want to thank the committee for working very hard on this. We have a set committee at the museum, and they've been working extremely hard over this number of years. And of course, our overseers did a really bang-up job contacting the national offices outside of New York and the Grand Lodges, and we were very successful in this endeavor. Our honorees, of course, were very important, and they, of course, were our National Media Past President, Nancy DeFiore Quinn, the New York Grand Lodge Committee Past President, Anthony Nacarado, Alfred Sulo, PC Bortelli, he's an artist and sculptor, and the Richmond Evergreen Garden Club. They plant a lot of nice plants at our museum, and they're all on it, and they all came through and very successful. The next lunch is going to be, hopefully, it'll be a real luncheon, and it'll be on coming up November 12th, and further details will be on the honorees. We do have 5 outgoing museum commissioners, and they will be on it at that time. We'll also be looking for other honorees outside of the museum, which will help in our event. If you look at the first page of the report, you can see the basic structure of the museum. The commissioners were duly elected. Our state president, Michelle Mint, was duly elected, and she's the president of the museum. And she appointed Joe Shiami and Carl Chaccio and Cyril Capano. And the as you can see there, were appointed by our national president, and they're all doing a great job. As you go down to the bricks, a total amount of money that we made is $322,000. Our grants are very important, and we have a new grants writer who's doing a great job, along with our the people at the museum that are doing a great job. Joanne Colantona has submitted a grant application to the SBA, and grants are a very important part of the museum, and hopefully they'll pick up. Our buildings and grounds, we've been doing some work. When the museum was closed for a year and a half, they did some extensive work at our museum. And we're looking right now at having a bathroom facility on the lower level. That is in the works. Unfortunately, right now, if you have to go to the bathroom, you have to climb some stairs. So hopefully we can correct that. The museum is having exhibits. Of course, they're all in coordination with the CDC. And of course, in New York City, you have to be vaccinated and you have to show proof if you're in New York City. You can't see a play today unless you meet those requirements. Our Venice exhibit is right now on July, was approved on July 16, 2018. And we're getting there. We've done everything we could as far as setting it up. If you go to the museum today, you'll see work has begun. The foundation is set. We have bricks there. Hopefully we'll have names on the bricks. The benches are there. And we're going to be, right now, we have 24 benches that have been installed. And we're just waiting for the final contract to be signed. And hopefully sometime this summer, the Venice exhibit will become a reality. I know it's been like 3 years, but the pandemic did hold us up. We're doing everything we can to get to be an exhibit to become reality. Italian language classes have been successful. We are looking to expand that. We're looking at possibly having a virtual Italian language classes to expand our museum in the fall. So somebody in California, Florida, can take the language classes and working that out. The national membership drive has increased to over 450 people due to the efforts of our Marianne Bertone Prince, who's the museum's recording secretary, and your help on that, increasing that. And the website and the outlets, Bob Graham has been working on that. I have to give kudos to the administrators of our museum, Joe Shiami, Carl Chaccio, who's chairperson, and our co-chairperson, Cyril Capano, has been working very hard, working as a team. And right now, our museum chairperson is now having monthly meetings just with the commissioners to keep them up to date with what's going on. Our museum has been meeting 4 times a year, as required by our bylaws, and our last meeting was in January 15th, and we have our next meeting in April. We meet every 3 months, and we're working very hard. You can see the financial reports they're pretty well detailed. It's up and down, but hopefully it'll get better as time goes by. Does anybody have any questions before I turn it over to Joe Shiami on the museum? Any questions at all? Joe Shiami, you want to add anything to it, to our report?
Well, on the lighter side, I'm still trying to get to stay overnight in Garibaldi's bedroom. If they get that mattress fixed up, that's the lighter side of things. But just to tell you that I know that many of you are not in New York State, but you should be really proud about what we own. We own one of the only historic museums by an ethnic organization in America. And as a result, it's a huge responsibility. The property itself is absolutely beautiful. And if you have not been on the website, you really need to get on it because it's got so much information. We did the virtual luncheon that's on the website. So if you couldn't be there, you could still see it. If you haven't seen the journal that you all bought ads for, it's right there. I took a look at the copy 2 days ago. The bills are paid, but it's the steady influx of money that we need. Obviously, we have a goal for the year of 1,000 members. 1,000 members that even $25 a pop would bring us $25,000 more. Or even, I hate to say it, upon the passing of a member, if we would all pick up on this nationally, it would be quite incredible. Let's say 500 members of the order passed on during a year. I don't know what the stats are officially, but I know of some lodges that in 1 year they've lost 20 members. Instead of sending flowers, maybe to put a commemorative brick. That's a sad event, but you could also put one for a happy event. Let's say somebody's being honored in your lodge. You want to put something there. But what makes it really exciting is that you can track the brick that's been put in the ground. Just this week, I was there 2 days ago. Was it Tuesday or Wednesday? We put 70 more bricks into the ground, all caught up. And Fran Cicero takes the photo of it. They get put then on the website. And so it's all accounted for. The money that you see referred in the report, the $322,000 that's been raised, is quite phenomenal. I mean, what a great idea. The late Ed Inello, who was a member of the Port Washington Lodge in New York, he had always said we should have a wall or we should do something if people gave money. So at some point we started to think about it. We had somebody come in and do an estimate because you got to buy all the bricks. You got to set up the path. And then as they're commemorated, you lift up the ones that are unnamed and you replace them with the named ones. So it really is a marvelous project, even to see the two guys doing it the other day. It was a beautiful day to see it. The grounds look impeccable. The benches, many of you on the call. By the way, Carlo, we're up to 26 benches. We got 4 more. So I have to tell you, how proud should we be? We raised almost $75,000 when that last bench is done. So all I'm looking for is 4 more. And some of you on the call, you've done it already. Michael Polo, Paul Polo, Joe DiTrapani, and Carol sent a check just last week. Several of the Grand Lodges. I mean, it really, what a thing to be proud about. I mean, when I think about it, $75,000 is not easy. I've hawked all my friends, all the lodges, my own lodge. In fact, Carl Chacho's brother passed away several months ago. The family gave $5,000 in the brother's memory because he passed away in Sicily. So, you know, it's really been incredible. I do want to say many thanks. We received checks from SIF last week of $3,600. That did not yet include another check for $950 coming from Massachusetts. So it's California, Massachusetts, and Florida that sent money, and then topped off by a $20,000 check from the Grand Lodge of New York. Yes, the lodge, the museum is in New York. We know that, we understand it, but this is our museum. It belongs to the SIF OSDIA. So all I'm really asking is several things. Promote membership. See if you can get more members, $25 a year. What's it going to cost you? You're going to get a card. You're going to get regular notices that come out almost every week. And in fact, Carlo told you about the Italian classes, but really what we're doing, and we've had some bites for it, Anne-Marie Cicero, the education advisor, created a component to do a virtual tour for the kids. We have bites from California. There are school districts in California that want to run the children's education program in the classroom virtually. So this can be done now all over the country. I mean, that's what's really exciting. So what can I tell you? I believe in it. I think it's great. We own it. It's our property. And as national president, Bob, I know you are proud about it. And maybe we can do a virtual show just on the museum down the pike. bring the country together to see this little, we call it a jewel of the order. It really does shine brightly. It's incredible. And we put the first Christmas tree on the ground, lit up at Christmas time. It looked magnificent. So to all of you who are doing something, whatever it is, a brick or a membership, we thank you, and just keep up the great work.
Thank you, Joe. I see, Brother Paul, you have your hand up.
Yeah, Joe, how's that thing coming from Italy?
Okay.
That beautiful.
Yeah.
Yep.
The Tower of Venice, which they call the Torre di Luce, right? Am I right with my Italian, Maria? The Torre di Luce. This was designed by a gentleman, Giorgio Bortoli. But when you think about our lives, we all have challenges. I've been thinking continuously of Barbara today because the challenge she had with her life. But, we have challenges that we don't even realize. I mean, this guy makes an offer to us back in 2018, and he's had the challenges of the pandemic. The damn thing couldn't be shipped. All right. That's a challenge. Another challenge. I think he broke a leg or a hip. In the middle of this, the wife starts almost passing away, and she survived. Then both of them developed COVID, and then fighting the government to try and ship the damn thing. They were going to send it by plane. We went to the Department of Defense of Italy. We went to the Department of Defense of the United States government to try and ship it over to us, and got rebuffed on all ends. So now it has to be shipped. And yes, he has sworn to us in writing that it will be done now in the next several months. So that to me means April or May. I have told him that there is no way that we are signing the agreement to accept the gift. It is a gift. It comes only with the attachment of care. And it comes with the attachment that if we sell a product, let's say we do a mini Tower of Venice, that then we would have to give him, I believe it's 5% on each piece of the sale, or even the cards that are developed by an artist, whatever. But the point of the matter is, yes, we are getting it, Paul. And when we get it, what it is steel. It's made of steel, and it is surrounded by Murano glass. And the electrical outlet is in the ground. All the work is done. It's going to be handicapped accessible to meet ADA requirements. That's why we have to have the bathroom right now outside the building, but connected with heating. And then eventually, if and when we ever get a $100,000 grant from somebody who wants their name and lights, we'll put up the educational center in back of the building. So that's what we're hoping for, maybe a legacy gift by somebody. So yes, the tower is coming. And when it comes, obviously you'll all be invited in person and or virtual.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Guys, just we have an aggressive agenda, but go ahead.
Lynn.
Quick question. Is there some way to get consistency on your membership? It seems to be it's hit and miss. One year I get a note and next year I don't. So
okay, what occurred recently, Fran Cicero, who's the membership staffer in the office, indicated that because of the pandemic, as of, I believe it was May, they had stopped sending out the membership renewals. Okay. So they sent out hundreds of them within the last 2 weeks. And that's what hit the ground. She apologized to me, us. I didn't know about it, but being somebody administratively adept, I said, what do you need to do? She said, I need to put in more hours. Okay. We let her work 1 extra hour for the next month and a half. As of this Tuesday's administrative meeting, she indicated they were all caught up on that project as well as the bricks.
If I could just interject something. In 1985, Joe Sciammi was appointed to be chairperson of the museum. I was president, and it wasn't open to the public. 2 people lived in the house, and I came aboard in 1988 as a museum commissioner. And I look back over 36 years or 37 years of where we were then and where we are now. It's just a truly amazing story. And Joe's been a definite part of that for 37 years. So it's hats off to you, Joe. for the work that you've done for this museum and continue to do.
Thank you.
Okay, excellent. All right, great work, guys. Mary, I know we need to do some cleanup real quick before we get to the Solera Award ceremony. Specifically, there have been a number of questions, I believe, being asked about membership profile. Do you want to pick it up from here?
Sure. I was going to toss it to Miles real quick for that, but I wanted to give kudos to the museum. So I went online, I went ahead and I bought a handful of cookbooks to give to my family. Really easy process, but I thought I'd support the museum. I live in Ohio, but kind of an experience. In regards to member profiles, so if you go to osia.org, our website, osia.org, there's a member login section. And for whatever reason, I know this process was probably a little bit convoluted in the past, but it seems to be confusing in terms of how do I get a membership? What's my login? I forgot my password, etc. So all of those details are baked within the site. It's not automatic. So what I mean by that is if I say my login is, I don't know, M Kovac, whatever, 123. And if I forgot my password or I'm not sure, then there are little links there that I can click to determine how to get that. So I'm going to get an automated email. It's not immediate. For whatever reason, there is a delay with it. So if you're trying to go through the process, just know that there is a little bit of a delay. But Miles set up member profiles. Miles, I don't know if you're ready to speak on that.
Yeah, and actually, I may as well take you all through a little bit of a demonstration. I don't know, do we have some time, Bob?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it. Okay. And I think the first important thing about this, and this is for the state presidents, is that every Grand Lodge will have access to all of their local lodge members, adding and deleting them. So what we need, and I do have this for some of the Grand Lodges, but what we need is a specific contact person out of every Grand Lodge, or every subordinate lodge for Bob Panicia over there, who is going to handle adding and removing members from the website. Because then they will have the admin access. I can give them the username and password for their Grand Lodge that they can go in and do anything administratively in terms of member accounts. And I'm going to show you now exactly what I'm talking about with getting on. I know that some people aren't aware that you can log into the website. And if you're a member, as I am, you can log in. You click on member login right here. And then that takes you to this screen. Now, for me, it's auto-filled. Now, everybody should have a username or password. If you forget it, obviously, you can click here and you will get an email to update it, or an email to either update your password or an email letting you know what your username is. Now, if you don't know this information, this is where your Grand Lodge, this specific contact person, and I'm going to use an example because I've been in touch with Patrick Jacoby out of the Grand Lodge of the Northwest to get all of their members added in, which James is making happen. So we're really excited about that. But Patrick will be the one who has the ability for any member of any local lodge in the Northwest. They can call Patrick and Patrick can go in and tell them what their information is, or can change their information if they need it changed, or they can add that member if that member hasn't been added. So that's where every Grand Lodge will have jurisdiction over their own members to make these changes to these member accounts. Now, for me, I'm in here as an at-large member, so that would be Justin's jurisdiction or mine. But I'm going to log in. Hopefully it remembers now I've logged in because I have my username, I have my password. Every member can do this, and this is what you'll see. Now, on this main screen here, we're going to change that up a little bit to describe exactly how you go about changing, updating, or sharing information with your member profile, or searching other members' profiles. Now, over here on the left is my shared member profile. Now, we developed this. The whole idea was for members across the country to be in touch with each other. That it's not just local lodge members in touch with each other. It's not just people in touch with each other that are officers on the national level. It's anybody. You can search under various criteria and hopefully get in contact with people across the country that maybe you share the same last name or same family name, same genealogy, or maybe they've been to a region in Italy that you're going to visit and you want some tips. Now I've developed mine, and so
the people that are inputting the information for the username and password are the Grand Lodges, right?
yeah, so going back to, I guess I would have to sign out, but when you click on the member login, that username and password needs to be developed by the Grand Lodge. Now, a lot of them, well, we were lucky at the beginning, James, when we were developing this, we got lists from most of the Grand Lodges, and those lists were automatically inputted. So you may actually have a username that you don't realize you have, because all of the members that were current years ago when we did the new website were inputted. The Grand Lodge of the Northwest, I think we didn't get, they were concerned about sharing email, so we didn't get their list until now, but James is making that happen through Patrick of the Grand Lodge, and Patrick will then be in charge of all usernames and passwords through any of the members that fall under that Grand Lodge. So to update that information, it goes to Patrick. And then, you know, if it's Janine in Jersey, it goes to Janine. And every state president, every Grand Lodge, every subordinate lodge should have a specific person that has this ability that, you know, can reach out to us if they have any problems, and we can reach out to them if any of their members want to be added or they're having trouble getting in.
Yeah,
I hope that explains it somewhat.
Good, Miles, thank you. Mary, did you want to say something?
Real quick, when we were logged in as a member, at the top we saw the member profile, but if you scroll down that left-hand side, you're able to see the Roaring Lion resource page. And that's the new initiative that Tony and his Grand Lodge committee team has put together. So you can look at the editable files. When I get there, scroll down. There we go. Tony, I'll toss it to you if you want to talk to this. So if you scroll down a little bit, we've got the templates already in place. We've got some guidelines for different positions. We have different examples that you can use. We have Lisa Marie and James's contact information here. Obviously, we're building this out. This is basically our bare bones draft, but you know, something that feel free to use. If you have best practices within your own lodges, grand or local, we'd love to look at them or possibly post them as examples. So feel free to send those in as well.
And just as an example, if I may jump in, like Miles, click on phone filming guidelines. So Bob was talking about, you know, the This Is Us and, you know, the ability. So we've made these smartphone filming guidelines for everybody. So if you know you're going to be going to an event, if your lodge is having an event or your Grand Lodge is having an event, and you have your phone and you're going to be filming something, take a look at this or print it off and keep it with you. These are simple guidelines, simple steps that you can go through to enhance, you know, the whatever you're going to be filming. So, you know, look through this resource page. There's a lot of really good information. I know that it was included with the link this morning, but that new member packet that Mary shared from her Cincinnati lodge is in there.
Click on that.
Wait, what's the new member?
The new member pack. So there were a lot of questions about this yesterday. It's, you know, it's all in here. There's.
And you have
You have to stop sharing because it didn't flip over.
Oh, it didn't. What's that?
We're on the Roaring Lion resource page.
Right.
Okay.
And then I had to open the new member package.
I also want to quickly point out before we jump, the gold membership program is here as well. So on that left side toolbar, that is where you can, when you're logged in, you can fill out, if you scroll down, that's the information about the new program. And here is the credit card information. So that's on there as well. Sorry, Miles, didn't mean to take you away.
That's
package.
the last thing that I want to say is kind of drilling down on that every Grand Lodge needs a person, and it oftentimes will be the person that works in your Grand Lodge. If you have a building, that it will oftentimes be the same person that sends me the mailing lists every quarter for the magazine. But we need a person who is in charge of handling the members on the website for your Grand Lodge. And if you're curious, if you don't know, do we have someone assigned it? Do I have someone on my list? Please contact me. Please ask me or get in touch with me to say, hey, Miles Irvin in California, in the Grand Lodge of California, he's going to be the one doing this. And I'll give him a call and I'll walk him through it. I'll show him how he can add members, delete members, and change their information when they need it changed.
Great, guys.
All right.
Hey, Miles.
Yeah.
Just real quick, can you send to all the Grand Lodge presidents the instructions in order to do that? I'm actually getting emails. Some of my members have actually emailed National and they've sent them back to me, and I'm like, I don't know.
Wait, instructions on member profiles?
They couldn't get into the members profile.
Oh, get into the members. So that's exactly, I think first things first, before any information goes anywhere, I need to know the exact person who's handling adding and deleting the member account on the website for each Grand Lodge.
Yeah, I think again, Miles, this gets to the point. We were talking about this. It could be confusing. The information is coming from the Grand Lodges for the usernames and passwords. We don't create that. It's created at the Grand Lodge level.
We submitted ours long time ago. Miles had set up all of our members. I think I'm talking about new members.
Yeah, and for any new members or to change information for old members, or somebody passes away and you want to remove them, you need a specific person in your Grand Lodge that's going to handle that.
And Larry, that could be you, or you could choose somebody. That could be your vice president.
No, I get that. I'm getting emails from members that said.
So you get, say, let's use this as an example. You say you get an email from a member. I don't have my login information. And let's say that John Gossner, he sends me the mail list, right?
Right.
So let's John is in charge of handling all the member login.
Multiple vacation.
What's that?
Background noise.
Okay. So you get an email from a lady named Patty who can't remember her username. She needs her username. Well, say you've assigned John is the person handling all of your website stuff for your members. Then John has the ability to log in as the Grand Lodge and change Patty's information or tell her what her information is, because he can search her. So it has to be somebody specific out of your Grand Lodge that's going to have admin access for your members.
Okay,
So-
that's fair. That's what I needed to find out. But I'm getting the emails directing them to come to me. So that's, I don't mind doing it. I just don't have the rights to make the changes.
Right. And then that's where you can contact me, Miles. I have to make these changes for my members. How do I do that? And I'll give you the username and password that's for the Grand Lodge of Virginia that we've set up. And you'll be able to view all of your members, and whatever members have contacted you and they either need their information or they need it changed, you'll be able to do that.
Yeah, no worries. I appreciate that. I'm just saying that I'm receiving the go to Larry, but Larry can't do anything but go back to Miles.
Okay.
All right. I'll get all the offline.
Hold off, guys. Just 1 second. We got a couple of hands raised. Let's get to these questions because we're really running out of time here. Nancy, go ahead. You're muted.
Okay. Miles, when you start this list, will you be giving me all the members in the lodge to start with?
So I think I can answer that. So if a member asks you, if they ask you to be created, that either means that they haven't been created, or they don't know that they have a member profile. They were created and they don't know it. So once you have this person who will be managing, for you, Nancy, would be Pennsylvania. Once you have this person, they will be able to look, once they log in, they will be able to see all the people that have been added. So you will manage that from the state.
But who does the original list is my question with all the names on it.
So the original list for most Grand Lodges has already been inputted.
So kind of like what I mentioned.
She wants to know who, though, who inputted it.
Oh, James, the web developer inputs it because he has, so it's not manually somebody sitting here inputting 1, 2, 3 members, 4 members. No, they've been inputted already. They have usernames.
It has been done.
So
with
it was done a few years ago, meaning anybody who was a member a few years has been inputted. If they've become a member within the past couple years, they might not be in there then.
So that's who we add. We already will get the original list with all the members. Then we add or subtract.
So Nancy, whether it's you or whoever that is, once you get that login, you'll be able to see everybody from the state of Pennsylvania that has a member login. So we're not going to be sending you a list of people from Pennsylvania. You can build on that list. You can't duplicate people by email. So if you try to enter them and you see that their email's already there, that means they already exist. This isn't something new. Like Miles said, this is something that has always been in place. It's just that there's more knowledge about the member profiles. We don't, because Miles and I don't manage the Grand Lodge member list. We don't know who's active, who's deceased, who hasn't renewed. That's why it's the responsibility of the Grand Lodges and the subordinate lodges to do that for their own members.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, Tony, go ahead, Tony. Dan, I'll get you next.
I'm sorry.
I just told Dan I'd get him next.
Miles, in addition to the per capita and the membership roster that we send in, we would still have to manually change the members when they are dropped to take them off the list. So when you have, 1,500 members, that's a lot of work.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have expiration dates on these members because we didn't want you to have to go in and update those every year. So if a member has dropped, you would have to remove them. That would simply take away their ability to log into the website.
So unless I have a email from them, I cannot put them in, correct?
No, I don't think you can put in. I mean, it might request an email, but you can put in an email that doesn't exist. I have to do that all the time.
I'm gonna take 2 more, and my suggestion is going to be that obviously there's a lot of Linda. I see you as well. Dan and Linda will be next. But I think we need a follow-up when we have more time, where anybody who doesn't know, it is a complex and a little bit of a convoluted procedure. We can have a separate meeting and talk about this, and maybe the state president's meeting, Miles and Justin. You guys can come in to explain this more.
And Bob, just like one last thing, for every Grand Lodge, just get me the person who is going to handle the website for your Grand Lodge. Okay. Just that one person, that one name, that's it.
Miles needs one. We're looking for one. Dan Longo.
Thank you, worthy President. Miles and Justin, am I correct in assuming that the quarterly Italian America lists are separate from this membership on the website?
Yes.
Okay, number 2. I believe the membership website was updated more than a couple years ago. Is that correct?
It was under your presidency, maybe.
Yeah, well, I've been gone 6 years.
Yeah, I think it was 2015. So
or 5,
maybe. I think it was 2015. Okay. So we're coming up on 7 years. So to Nancy Porcelli's, I think there's going to be a lot of things that for each state, even if you have consistently been adding people. There will be, each state probably will need to go through and do a comparison, a look through of their members.
Justin, what's the possibility of a reload?
We would have to talk to James about that.
I think that's an important aspect to look at because of the number of years that have passed. I know it's a lot of work involved, but it may be the best for all worlds now. And the final question is this: for multiple members using the same email address, how is that rectified?
So you can overwrite that option, like if it's a couple, that can be overridden, but it's a good way. The reason that was inputted was it's a good way to stop people from duplicating membership profiles.
Okay, final thought at this point is I think we need to revisit the process. With all due respect to all the work that you guys have done, and have done a great job, I think we're at a point now that we are in the actual trenches of social media, trying to engage membership and get control of the membership. It may now be time to revisit it, rethink it. So thank you, worthy President.
I think that's a great idea. That doesn't change what Miles said though, because we would upload it and then going forward, we would still need someone from each Grand Lodge to manage it. So
Justin, 100% agreed. Agreed.
Okay,
But
we're
we
gonna
need
definitely
that-
get this together with the technology team. I'm sorry to cut you off there. And all these issues will be vetted. Linda, last commentary.
My question is that it's my understanding that if I, as a non-member or just somebody who's out there looking, there's a lot of information that they can look on without even being logged in. Isn't that correct? Including like the Roaring Lion and where our lodges in Washington or New York or whatever. Isn't that true?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, so there's a lot of information, but I think people get confused because it keeps asking you for a login when you really don't need one for a lot of this stuff. And so maybe that's an issue in itself.
So our website doesn't ask for a login unless you're trying to access something that you need a login for.
But throughout it, it has a little thing, login. It doesn't make you log in order to go forward, but it implies that you need to log in is the way I would read it.
It gives that option on different pages. It's a dynamic box, so it polls on different pages. The Roaring Lion resource page, you do have to be logged in. So anything that has member, anything that has member activities or not activities, like member information, the Roaring Lion resource page you have to be logged in for. Because right now the gold membership, you have to be an active member to be a part of. That's behind. So things is strategically done. It's not, we want people to be able to find our locations. So that's on the front end, but certain things are purposely put on the back end. From that point of view, I think our website is, while the actual login process is confusing and that's something we're going through right now, I think the breakdown of where things are obviously can always be done better. But I think where we have it now, we've done a lot of work on it. And I think it's in a good place.
Okay, thank you guys. We're definitely something that we will be working on. All right, let's move on. This is important. Obviously, the Solero Award ceremony. Congratulations to Vera and Vince on being selected for this very coveted award in the Order of Sons and Daughters of Italy in America. And for those who may be watching, Vincenzo Solero was the founder of the Order of Sons and Daughters of Italy in America. And these awards are given very sparingly to those who have demonstrated excellence in the service of our organization. And with that, I'll turn it over to the president of the Sons of Italy Foundation, Joe Schiano.
Good afternoon again. And I don't know what you have near you, but I have a bottle of Asti to celebrate the occasion for both Vince and Vera. And I want us to imagine 2 years ago or so when we were in a room and presented the awards, the last awards, to Joanne Strollo and John Saladino. So remember, we were in a room. We actually had a program in front of us. We had a wonderful luncheon. And God willing, in July, Bob, I would recommend that we still have some kind of a luncheon for these two people because they've long awaited their awards. So Vince, can you hear us or see us? Vincent Sarno?
He's muted.
Okay, he's mute. Is he on a phone or actually on the screen?
I can hear you, Joe.
Can you hear us now?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. All right. So Vincent, we're introducing you now. And something that we would like everybody to know is that several years ago, there had only been at one point one award given. And the recommendation was then to give it to a gentleman and a woman. And so the first one is for Vincent Sarno, who is one of our senior past national presidents. Prior to being elected national president, Vincent Sarno served in many leadership positions, including being a local lodge president, the New Jersey state trustee, membership chair in his state from 1980 until he was elected the state president in 1987. While he was state president, he successfully formed and received a charter for its nonprofit foundation and paid off the mortgage of the Grand Lodge building. In 1995, Vince was elected as OSIA's national fifth vice president and continued through all the chairs until he became the national president in 2005. Following his presidency, he served as the Sons of Italy Foundation president for 2 terms and was then named SIF president emeritus. In addition to his Supreme Council offices, he successfully served as chairman of various committees overseeing membership, fundraising, and education. He served as the education chair for the committee that planned and conducted OSIA's first ever National Youth Summit in Washington, D.C. He was born proudly, as he said today, on May 4th, 1933, to James Sarno and Rose Moriello Sarno in Newark, New Jersey. He graduated from Newark Central High School as a business major. He is a veteran of the United States Navy, 1952 to 1956, discharged with the rank of machinist, mate, refrigeration mechanic, and spent 1 year in the Special Course Division at the Newark College of Engineering. After beginning his government career with the U.S. Department of Defense in 1962, he received the Air Force Civilian Commendation Medal for fighting a forest fire which threatened $26 million worth of radar tower. During his 37-year career in government, Vince supervised 7 subordinate foremen and several hundred technicians and managed an annual budget of $1 million. In 1954, he married Paula, the daughter of Philip and Mary DiStefano. They had 2 children, Vincent and Rosemary, and 3 grandchildren, Nicholas Vincenzo Sarno, Christine Paula Knox, and Michelle Elizabeth Rapp. So with great honor and respect for someone who's certainly been a son of Italy for so many years, to Vincent Sarno, the 2021 Dr. Vincenzo Solara Award. Congratulations, Vince.
Thank you, Joe.
I
Wow.
believe we'd like to hear something from you, and then our national president will present you the award, which you have, which we can't see, but we'll see the next one from Vera in a few minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm very proud to be receiving this award and to share it with Vera. It makes it just that much more important to me. I was blessed, really. I had 2 sets of parents when you really get down. I had my naturally paternal mother and father, and I met Paula when I was 15 years old. So her parents became my second parents. And in 1954, she married me and we had 66 wonderful years together. And I say, they ask you every day, they ask you how you're doing. Well, you do the best you can when you lose someone that's been so dear to you all your life. But I can say that in my home, in every room, her fragrance is there, and it sustains me. There are many people you want to thank in life, and I guess one more so important to me was Sam Pomosa. Sam was not only my fraternal brother, he was my brother, but we had different parents. But he was there for me in every way you can imagine. And then there was the Lion of the North, which was Sebastian Polo. I know many of you remember Sebi. And through Sebi, I returned, I received two fraternal brothers in Paul and Michael. And if you want to just see Paul smile at any time, just say the phrase, "I'm gonna know what I gotta do," and he'll know what you're talking about. I have to thank the Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania, because for the tenure of coming through the chairs, they sustained and supported me. I mean, from President Anthony to G. Marabido. At a leadership meeting, they would just stand and say, "We're supporting Vince Sarno. Don't worry about what New Jersey's doing." And I appreciated that. And that all stemmed from Justice Frank Motomura. Who can forget that? Bobby Messa, Joanne Strollo. They were all integral parts of my progress through the order. And none of us, Joe, as you know, do nothing alone. I remember when I received the call from Phil Boncory telling me he wanted me to be the education chairman. You read my bio. I had no background in education, but I was blessed. I had past National President Shami, past National President Dan Longo, and Carolyn Rears, if I remember right. But the thing that made that whole program work was Kathy Drummond. She went above and beyond to do. And how many people really remember, Joe? Remember Concordia Village?
Yep.
I remember it. I remember Copilas. And you move on there. And if I may, just as a side, I want to thank three ladies from the Grand Lodge of New York. Paula attended her first state convention with me when I was invited by New York. And three ladies took her under her wing because she knew nobody around. And that was Mary DiTrapani, Lucille Baffo, and Edie Zuzolo. I would like to just acknowledge and say that to them. I really appreciated everything they did. And like George M. Cohan said, my father thanks you, my mother thanks you, Paula thanks you, and I thank you. God bless you all.
Congratulations, Vince. All right. Vera.
Okay, Vera, if you would be kind enough to somehow hold.
Oh, wait a minute, Joe. Joe, wait a second. We forgot. I didn't
Yeah.
get to hand the award to Vince. So
I know.
Here you go, Vince. Here's your virtual. You're over
You
here.
better
on my
get your
screen.
dad to help you with that.
There you go. Now
Thank
it's
you, Bobby.
official.
We are counting on Miles to have the photos of both of our honorees and the write-ups. So this way they'll be in the next magazine and people will see them picture. But what we did do was to send them their awards because we didn't want to hold it any longer. And so they each have received them last week. And so Vera, if maybe you could hold up your award, this way everybody could see it and maybe get as close as possible. It's a beautiful piece of glass with the logo of the Osaya on it, as well as the date. So that's the award. So let's hear a little bit about Vera Ferrara-Girolami, who has been a member of the Modesto Lodge number 2021 in California for over 35 years. On August 19th, 2017, she was sworn in as the Order's 36th national president, becoming the second woman in the history of the Osaya to serve in that position. During her term, the Order's name changed from the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy and Sons of Italy in America to the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy in America. Prior to serving as national president, she served in many positions, including National Lodge president for 3 terms and Grand Lodge of California convention chair for 2 years. She founded and for 22 years chaired the Central Valley Osaya Foundation, a 501c3 organization that has raised over $350,000 for communities and charities. In 2005, Vera became the first woman to be elected president of the Grand Lodge of California. Vera also served in multiple positions at the national level, including national delegate, Supreme Lodge Youth Summit, Future Good of the Order, and Ritual and Protocol Handbook. She served as 5th, 4th, and 1st National Vice President. Vera's parents, Salvatore and Palma Ferrara, met in Ohio after each emigrated from the same village in Sicily, Rodi Milici, where Salvatore worked as a shoemaker. After Vera was born in Ohio, her parents moved the family to California. She graduated from Notre Dame High School and attended O'Connor Hospital School of Nursing. She was then one of the first 14 women to attend Santa Clara University, where she met her husband, the Honorable Judge Al Girolami. Vera worked as a nurse, retiring from emergency room nursing in 1989. She began a new career as Vice President of Marketing and Public Relations for the Modesto Community Bank until she retired in 2007. Vera and Al have been married for 60 years and live in San Jose, California. They have 2 daughters, Catherine and Carol, and 5 grandchildren, Foster, Gavin, Amelia, Nella, and Eva. Vera, congratulations to you, Solaro Awardee 2021.
Thank you, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I know that many of you know that the past couple of months have not been so bright for me, as I was in the hospital for 48 days because of a major surgery. The reason I bring this up is that I think that I'm here today because of all of you and the 260 plus mask cards I received during my hospitalization and the get well cards that I'm still receiving. So I'm blessed to have my brothers and sisters that have done this for me. Some of the things I remember vividly was when Janet Capello received this award. The reward she received was a life-size bust of Vincent Solero. And I always wondered what happened to that. So I called her cousin, Adeline, who is still alive. And I said, you remember Janet receiving that award? She said, do I? It's been sitting on my table for so many years. I don't know what to do with that thing. I suggested maybe that she might want to donate it to the National Lodge to put in the office, or even our Grand Lodge. Some of the things that come to mind during my tenure, I remember a red-eye flight that I had to take to Philadelphia by myself because Judge Montemuro wanted a meeting. Well, I got to the hotel about midnight, and then I remember his name. He picked me up. Fran Mercuti. He picked me up with his little blue car. I think it must have been 40 years old. It looked terrible, and it was pouring rain. And so I got in the car and I said, Fran, could you put the hood up on the car, put the thing up on the car so I don't get wet? He said, don't worry. He said, I'll go fast so you won't get wet. So I finally got to the meeting. I really don't know what the meeting was about, but I remember Fran's car. One time when I was Alzheimer's chairman for Supreme Lodge, I was so privileged to present $1 million check to the Rita Hayworth dinner at the hotel, the Waldorf Astoria. That was one of the highlights of my life. And remember the earthquake in Aquila. The hospital, the children's school for autism was in Aquila, and it was destroyed. And our Supreme Lodge got enough funding, $250,000, to rebuild that little school for the children. Al and I were in Italy during that time, and we got to visit the little school. And I was so proud to see the smiles on the children's faces for their new building, and most of all for the plaque on the wall that showed that the Sons of Italy donated that money to help them get back to their normal lifestyles. I remember Nancy DiFiore Quinn and I were state presidents at the same time. We were the first women of our states. And I remember that during our 100th anniversary, we met in New York, and we were so blessed to put the plaque up saying that Sons of Italy was the very first and wonderful organization to have the meetings there and to see our name on a plaque. Who could forget conventions with New York hot dogs? It was so much fun. And this is what I think that Dr. Solero had in mind, for us to get together, to remember to promote our Italian heritage. It was wonderful things that he did. We all remember his inaugural address, but there were some things I bet you don't know about Dr. Solero. He founded the Columbus Hospital in New York, mainly because the immigrants that he was treating spoke Italian, and the doctors that they were speaking to didn't understand the language. So he founded the Columbus Hospital, which was an Italian hospital, mainly for those people. He died at a very young age. He was 67 when he died, and he died in that very same hospital. So it's really a great privilege for me to receive this award. Congratulations to Vince. It's been such an honor being a part of the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy for these many years. Couple of more things. Happy birthday, Paul. And thank you again for this wonderful, wonderful honor. Thank you.
Okay, guys, two great honorees. Thank you so much for your service, and just a small token of appreciation for everything that you've done and everything you represent for our order. So awesome. All right, just real quick before we take a break, we're going to move on to the Gary.
award.
Can you hold your award up a little bit, Vera? Hold on a second. There you go. Boom. Now it's in California. All right. Gary Sinise Marconi Award acceptance speech is coming up next. So let's take a listen to that.
With the president, I need to be excused. I got to get ready to go to church 4:30.
Okay, Vince. Congratulations.
Take care.
Thank
Give my
you.
best to your dad.
Okay, we'll do.
Joseph and Tony, Gary Sinise here. I just wanted to send my thanks for this wonderful Guglielmo Marconi Award from the Order of the Sons and Daughters of Italy. So special to receive this. I wish I could have thanked you in person, but I wanted to send my thanks and appreciation for your acknowledgement of the work of the Gary Sinise Foundation and what I've been trying to do to help our service members. This is very special indeed. It's going to go in a special place here at the Gary Sinise Foundation. So thank you, Joseph and Tony, for your kindness, your support, and for this award.
Okay, what a class.
Joseph.
Sorry? Does somebody have their hand up? I apologize. Okay, let's take a 15-minute break and we'll be back. And I think we cut the live feed down for that 15 minutes if you don't mind. And see you in 15.
Joe, you're not muted. Joe Shiami. You're not muted.
Oh, that's because I just had a cup of coffee.
Okay.
How we doing, Michelle?
Okay. Okay. We're trying to figure out, of course, the restaurants that are all filled because of Valentine's Day on Monday.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will go out tonight. That's what I think.
Yeah.
We didn't get any word yet from Tom, right? No word from him.
No. No.
You always go to the China show.
I'm sorry?
Nothing, forget it.
No. No, I spoke with him earlier and he was waiting to hear from the church.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Mhm.
That's always the final piece as to how they can squeeze
Right.
that through.
Joe, can you hear me?
I can, of course.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's going to be out in Coram, the Marinello Funeral Home.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what he had said, but he was waiting to hear from church
Yeah.
Okay.
to finalize. Where is Coram? Where is that?
It's an hour from me. I'm in Port Washington. It's
Yeah.
out there.
Yeah.
It's a good ride.
Mia.
Yeah.
Mia.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Hey, Joe, how are you? Joe Russo.
Okay.
Nancy,
it's
we
been-
can hear you calling
it-
Mia.
I'm sorry for everybody that I've been in and out, but
Now we know you.
I think it's everybody. Please extend our sympathies to Tom. We lost one of my directors lost their mother this week, so he's been off.
Yep.
Yeah.
Since the start of the year, there's been 12 funerals that I've been at, and second
Yeah.
cousin, and 2 Monsignor friends of mine. So and now this week with Barbara will be sad enough. So
Hey, Bob, I sent you a text. I got about 40 minutes left.
Yeah. Thanks, Joe. Great. Thank you. No problem. All right, guys, let's start back up. We got a lot more to go. Hopefully just keep on this agenda. So if you're just joining us now, we're live streaming the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy in America's Winter Plenary Session for this year. The Order Sons and Daughters of Italy in America is the largest and oldest Italian-American organization in the United States, with lodges also in Canada and Italy. We are a group of men and women who have donated tens of millions of dollars for charities and scholarships There are local lodges and grand lodges throughout the United States. So if you like what you see here and all these great leaders of this organization, try to find a lodge near you or go to osia.org, osia.org. And you can also join as an at-large or a virtual member. So we would love to have you to continue the great legacy of Dr. Solero that started in 1905 and continues to this day. Very proud to be your national president. And moving along, we wanted to show you what we're doing in honor of Dr. Solero. It's a fundraiser that we're having. And so, Mary, I'm going to let you take it away from here.
On June 22nd, 1905, in the Little Italy neighborhood of New York City, the Order of Sons and Daughters of Italy in America was established. Italian immigrants, Dr. Vincenzo Solaro and 5 others, who came to the United States during the Great Italian Migration, established free schools to teach immigrants the English language and help them become U.S. citizens. The first OSDIA lodges established orphanages, homes for the elderly, welfare societies, and provided funds to aid members in need. During World Wars I and II, OSDIA members and lodges raised funds and competed with one another, buying war bonds and war stamps to support the war effort. In World War II, the OSDIA Supreme Council issued a resolution urging members to donate 1 day's salary to the national defense. To date, members of OSDIA donated tens of millions of dollars to disaster relief, various educational programs, cultural advancement, and medical research. 100 years after the Great Italian Migration, we introduce the Solero Fundraiser. Donate to our order so we can continue what Dr. Solero started, focusing on the issues we face in this century, promoting a positive image for Italian Americans, celebrating who we are as Italians, and sharing our beloved traditions with younger generations. We will continue to raise tens of millions of dollars for those in need. Help us continue the legacy.
Very well done. And thank you, Mary, for my family's photo at the end of that. Appreciate it. Can you describe a little bit about what this is going to be about and where the money is going to go and how we're going to go about doing it?
Sure. So we're going to kick it off on April 24th, which is Dr. Solero's birthday. And it's going to go until June, which is our June 22nd, our Founders Day. And for that time frame, we're going to set up kind of like Giving Tuesday. We're going to set up all electronic donations, although you will be able to mail in a check. We're trying to eliminate the manual process. But we're going to make it all electronic. So you'll be able to share it on Facebook, YouTube, or Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, etc. And so basically it's a fundraiser for us to look at what we're kind of up against in this century. So we know we have the positive image campaign that we're going to start to promote. We're going to look at our grassroots, the This Is Us campaign. So we're looking not only to grow our membership, but to also celebrate who we are as Italians. And that's obviously one of the best things he did was starting our organization. So we want to take that to the next level and launch the Solero fundraiser.
And I just want to add that I think one of the great unknown secrets of the Supreme Lodge is that there in fact is a tax deductible aspect to the Supreme Lodge if monies are being given for purposes of educational or literary reasons, which obviously the magazine that Miles does an excellent job with is one of those things. It's a beautiful product. It's costly though, it costs us money to do this. So that is clearly in the education and literary column. So that little carve out, we have set up a separate bank account so that the monies go into the tax deductible side without mixing it in with the other stuff that would not be appropriate in our accountants and our bookkeeper and our mid-level accounting person will make sure that that's all squared away. So it's going to be a really great, fun fundraiser. So we hope that we can participate in it. And in essence, I kind of look at this like helping to keep that magazine going and help defray some of those costs. And so that's great. I'm not sure if there's any questions about that, but I do, Mary, I want to do a survey that you also have one of our last polls that we have. So if you want to tee that up.
Want me to do it, Mary?
Yeah, I thought you were doing it. Yep, please.
Here it is. Launched.
Did you complete the membership survey? There's my answer. Did you distribute the link to more than once via email? Encourage members to participate. Well, man.
You have to answer both questions for it to submit.
So right now we have 31 participants
Okay.
and 48 people on the call.
Yes, but some of us can't vote. Hosts. Oh, we got 86 participating and 88%. Bob, just tell me when you want me to end the poll.
Okay, let's do it.
And poll and share results. There's the so 87% said yes. And did you distribute the link? 59% said yes. So,
Okay, great. So that's another good statistic. If you haven't filled out the survey, please do. And please share it. And on the Grand Lodge, just get it out to your membership, please. It'd be very important because that's how we're going to be formulating a lot of what we do at the national office in order to respond to what does national do for us. Okay, so unfinished business. Does anybody have any unfinished business? I know we have a lot of new business and good and welfare, but any unfinished business? If so, just raise your hand physically. Go ahead, Joe Shiami. You're on
Tally.
mute.
I just want to give the tally on monies that have been given out to our charities. You may want to copy this down. On autism, 30,000. On Cooley's anemia, 45,000. On Alzheimer's, 42,000. On the program for veterans, the 3250 plus 20,000. On the museum, 3,600, 950, and 20,000. And that would be for a total of 163,850 plus 650,000 in scholarships. So the Sons of Italy in the last year has awarded over $813,800. During pandemic times, I think that's pretty terrific.
That, Joe, that's an amazing number. Again, I repeat and emphasize during a pandemic, that kind of money that's being given to our charities and to our causes is amazing. And again, for those who are watching, you want to be a part of that. That's all from the local, the Grand Lodges, and the national, being able to do great work in the community. Great job, everybody, on that. Thank you, Joe.
Yep.
Any more unfinished by Show Lou Santoro?
Yeah, let me unmute. Thank you, worthy President. Yeah, I just want to remind all the Grand Lodges that the new member fees that were forgiven for the last 5 quarters is starting up again this quarter. So I just wanted to remind everyone that we're going to start collecting those. And also, we found out going through our books after Adam left that some of the Grand Lodges were still paying their new member fees. We're not refunded to them. So just let everyone know that we're compiling a list of all those Grand Lodges, and I'll be in touch with them shortly to discuss, getting the money back to them. So that's all I had to say.
Thank you, Lou. Any other unfinished business? Please raise your hand. Justin, if you could scour through. Anybody, Justin?
I see no hands raised. Oh, Vincent Zachariah, excuse me.
Okay, Vincent.
Joe Shami, would you be able to send those or can the office send out those figures of all the donations for 2021?
Yes, I can pull them together and get them to the national office, and then we'll prepare something and send it out in total. I did not add in, I forgot, Mary, was the money that we raised for Giving Tuesday, which probably hovered near 30,000 at least. When you add that now, kind of brings us up to 850,000 total.
Thank you, Joe.
I think by the time Joe Shiami gets done with this meeting, we got another 45 minutes. We're going to be up to $900,000. We're raising so much money. We don't even. Yeah, that's great, Joe. Thanks for that. And Mary, what a great project. Another great innovative idea that was fun. And we raised some great money for other charities. Awesome. Any other unfinished business? Going once, twice. Okay, let's go to a new business. Does anybody have any new business? Please signify by raising your hand. I see Lou Santoro first in my vision. Go ahead, Lou.
All right, yeah, I just want to bring up something we can discuss. Back when the Budget and Finance Committee was putting the current budget together, was being formulated, in order to keep, the expenses low, because we were, we're expecting a deficit. We implemented a cap on the plenary and convention reimbursement. And now it appears that with the cost saving measures that looks like they're going to happen, we're going to not only absorb that deficit, we're going to obviously show a profit. So I'd like to know if we want to reconsider our, redo our budget to remove that cap going forward for the reambusment policy. And just go back to
I'd like to, if you don't mind, wait and have a meeting with the Budget and Finance Committee first, just to finalize these numbers, let this bookkeeping thing shake out. I don't think it's a bad idea. I just think that we should just do a little more due diligence on it first. What do you think?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly, let me just put it this way. Can I have a motion that the Budget and Audit Committee votes in favor of removing that cap, that we can act with the Budget and Audit Committee's recommendation? I think that's a smart thing to do. I'll certainly accept that motion. I see Brother Joe Russo is making the motion, seconded by John Bonaventura. Okay, we have the first and second. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, not hearing anybody for any discussion. All those in favor signify by raising your hand. Okay, any against, please signify by raising your hand. Justin, let me know when I can go. Any abstentions? No abstentions. Okay, unanimously passes. So the Budget and Finance Committee will go over that, and whatever that recommendation will be forwarded to you. Thank you, Lou.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Any other new business? Okay, Larry.
President Bob, as we look at the membership and we're looking to bring new members in, is there any consideration for lowering the age to possibly 16 to get some of the youth in there, with maybe the caveat that they can serve anything but orator and president, maybe?
I'd be looking to lower it down to like birth. But
too.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. Could the membership commission please take that up and work with the bylaw committee on that? That's a good suggestion, Larry. Thank you. Any other new business? Nancy?
Question, do we have or can we implement a fee or no fee for students going to college?
When you say like new members, students going to college, a fee or no fee, we could do either one of those things, I guess. That kind of hits both ends of the spectrum, a fee and then no fee. Any thoughts about that on the membership committee side, Mary?
We have a meeting coming up, so we can definitely discuss it then.
Okay, put that on the list. Good question.
Let me know, please, Mary, Dr. Mary.
Absolutely.
Because I have somebody in college and the parents are deciding about fees and reduced fees. Thanks, Dr. Mary.
Thank you, Nancy. Good question. Anybody else have any new business? Justin, can you look, see if anybody's hand is raised for new business?
Not seeing anyone's hand raised as I go. Oh, I see Joe Buncor, excuse me.
Go ahead, Joey.
There's been discussion in the past. I got to say, this has been one of the most fruitful plenary sessions I've ever been part of. I mean, we had a lot of opportunity here. Many organizations, sort of fallen by the wayside. We've kind of used this virtual platform at this point to really think about how we can expand. And I think, thinking back when, I guess Bob and I decided to enter into the ranks of vice presidents with Dan Longo. I think Bob and I both decided that, we weren't going to do it unless there was a serious paradigm shift here, and, realizing that we can't solve the same problems with the same thinking that we sort of have used to create these problems. So I understanding that, and sorry for the kids in the background, that a lot of people in different ways have contributed to the success we realize today. And a lot of those people have been, in a way deputized by Brother Bob Bianchi to kind of be able to help. And I just want to shift. There have been previous proposals about, giving the president an opportunity to create delegates to our national convention, so we can, in a way, reward people for the work they've done to get us to where we are. And I bring this up under new business just for the fact that I think we don't need to decide on anything today, but I think we should send this in some way, shape, or form to a committee to continue that discussion and fully vet ideas, so we can continue in this vein. And quite honestly, it won't take people 20 to 30 years to get to a national convention, to get into a chair at the national level. I think I'm probably an enigma, at 39 years old, being where I am here, right? And
Well,
that's what
I'm an enigma at 29, so I don't know what you're talking about.
you are, yeah. But I think that's, that had to happen, and that happened. And, the way we did it was, I didn't take the normal trajectory to get here. So I just bring that up for discussion. Again, I don't have the solution, but I do think we should have this discussion at the membership level, the bylaw level. I mean, I'll leave that up to you, National President, to decide where that could go. But I do bring it up for not new business, so it can be referred to a committee.
Yeah, and I just want to be clear for the record. I had no idea that Joey was going to make these comments, but I adopt them completely. And like Joey said, we've been talking about this for a long time. And I pulled the bylaw because, I knew there was going to, there's no sense in having an argument over something and causing controversy. But somehow in our structure, we have to, I'm going to segue in a minute. My team leadership style is to find my talent wherever I find it. I don't stand on the ceremony of that. If I give VPs the advisors positions and they have committees, those committees are either performing or they're not performing, but I can't be hamstrung by that. So, we've reached into the organization and found a Mary. We reached into the organization, we found a Shayla. We reached into the organization and found people who are already part of the structure, like Sue Latabo. That's our human capital. I can't say it enough. And I know that each state has somebody like that. And to Joey's point, if we're going to get, everybody talks about younger members and youth in leadership, then we've got to be able to get them in the national door earlier so that they can prove who they are, show who works, and hopefully make it more meritorious than, I understand the world and politics and things like that, and that's okay. But hopefully we find somebody that's meritorious and that there's a relationship with. So I definitely would like to continue to look into that. And I'm glad we pulled back that bylaw, Joey, because I think that sometimes proving it is an important concept so people can see the value of it. So thank you, Joey, for that. Appreciate that commentary. And I'm going to actually do the best I can to give kudos to those who are volunteering that had no position in national when I came into office, but yet have done tremendous work in a moment if there's no more new business. So let me just ask one more time. Any new business? Justin?
No hands raised.
I like to go to good and welfare then, and to bounce off Joey. Justin, you'll be ready for me. To Joey's point, Mark D'Annunzio turned us on to Shayla Castle, who has done an incredible amount of work. In my mind, the way I was looking at it is that I think you get a sense of the amazing work she did and the hours. And she's a mom. How many kids? 3, 4 kids?
I have 4.
Four, okay. I mean, and I know what she was going through only partially. I wasn't, thank God, involved in all those email chains, and I wasn't involved in her calls to the national office, and to Mark and Mary, probably for peace and consolation. I was just the one that was like, is this done? Is this done? Is this done? That kind of thing. And she came to the order all the time, and I want to be able to give her, some recognition. So I have created what I call now the National President's Meritorious Service Award. I have it here. I think Justin has a real nice copy of it in front of him right there. It's got a little gold seal on it, whatever. And look, I mean, nothing is going to express better than from my heart as the national president, what you have done for us. And it reads, it's the first one that I've done, where Shayla Castle, CPA, has tirelessly worked on behalf of National President Robert A. Bianchi, putting in many hours each and every day to advance the mission of the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy in America. Whereas in service to the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy in America, Shayla Castle, CPA, continues to work many long hours on numerous financial projects and has provided free of charge professional services that have saved the organization tens of thousands of dollars in accounting costs, while placing policies and procedures into place that will benefit the financial stability of the order for years to come. Whereas the national president has commissioned Shayla Castle, CPA, to assist in managing the day-to-day financial operations of the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy in America, and she has done so with diligence, commitment, and excellence. Whereas Shayla Castle, CPA, has dedicated herself above and beyond the services required of her with excellence, diligence, a positive attitude, and has advanced the vision of the national president. Be it resolved that Shayla Castle is awarded the National President's Meritorious Service Award, the highest honor the national president can bestow upon a person who has demonstrated excellence on behalf of advancing the interest of the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy in America. Shayla, thank you so much. Bottom of my heart.
Thank you so much. What a surprise. And I'm humbled. Thank you.
No, thank you. I also have other ones that I've created. Now, I want to make clear, these are people that have gone above and beyond. My team, the committee chairs, many of them, the line officers, the VPs, everyone's doing their job. This is meant to be a distinguishing effort. And I have to go through a couple of them because there's been so much transition. And I know it's been difficult. I know it's been difficult on the national office staff. I know it's been difficult for people like Shayla and Mark and Mary and everybody who are working every single day. So this is not to the exclusion of the great work people are doing. This is the ones that are going above and beyond than I would have ever have imagined. And the next one is the Dr. Mark D'Annunzio. Whereas fourth National Vice President, Dr. Mark D'Annunzio, has tirelessly worked on behalf of National President Robert Bianchi to advance the mission of the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy in America. Whereas in service of the Order Sons of Italy in America, Daughters of Italy in America, Dr. D'Annunzio has been tasked to coordinate all efforts of the national president in liaisoning with the national staff, including meeting the staff for a week in Washington, D.C. at his own expense. Whereas the national president has commissioned Dr. D'Annunzio to manage the day-to-day operations of the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy in America, and he has done so with excellence. Whereas Dr. D'Annunzio has dedicated himself beyond the services required of him in his position as national president, with vice president, with excellence, diligence, a positive attitude, and has advanced the vision and agenda of the national president. Be it resolved that Dr. Mark D'Annunzio is awarded the national president's Meritorious Service Award, the highest honor the national president can bestow upon a person who has demonstrated excellence on behalf of advancing the interests of the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy in America. Justin, do you have the nicer one there? Congratulations, Mark. Thank you so much for.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you for it's a joy to work with you.
Well, of course. No, but Mark, I couldn't do it without you, as I could not have done it with the next person. There are only a couple more. National President's Meritorious Service Award, whereas Dr. Mary Kovac has tirelessly worked on behalf of the National President Robert Bianchi, putting in many hours each and every day to advance the mission of the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy in America. Whereas in service to the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy in America, Dr. Kovac continues to work with many long hours, numerous projects, has been instrumental in assisting managing the national office staff, and has free of charge provided her professional services that have saved the organization monies that would have been paid to two professional vendors to do that work. Whereas the national president has commissioned Dr. Kovac to assist in managing the day-to-day operations of the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy in America, and she has done so with diligence, commitment, and excellence. Whereas Dr. Mary Kovac has dedicated herself above and beyond the services required of her with excellence, diligence, a positive attitude, and advanced the vision of the national president. Now it be resolved that Dr. Mary Kovac is awarded the national president's Meritorious Award, the highest honor given by the national president to bestow upon a person who has demonstrated excellence on behalf of advancing the interests of the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy and America. Dr. Mary Kovac, thank you so much for all of the help and many hours each day you've given time to me. I know out of loyalty to me and on behalf of this organization. Thank you.
Thank you. I sincerely appreciate it. To echo what Shayla said, it's humbling. I didn't know about this, and it's been a pleasure to work with you, Shayla, Mark, Justin, Miles, Frank. I mean, you've got a strong team, and you can just feel the excitement and the energy. To echo what Joe said, I mean, this we're transforming the organization. It's the next best thing.
Well, thank you. I couldn't do without you guys. The next one is the National President's Meritorious Service Award, whereas Sue Latabo has tirelessly worked on behalf of the National President, Robert Bianchi, putting many hours to advance the mission of the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy in America, whereas in service to the Order Sons of Italy of America, Sue Latabo has free of charge served as an expert in the field of human relations, whereas Sue Latabo spent many hours working with many national officers of the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy in America to review, revise, and complete the massive project of updating the employee handbook, whereas Sue Latabo volunteered her time and energy for this important project and did so with great skill and dedication, going above and beyond to complete this tedious project. Now be resolved, Sue Latabo is awarded the National President's Meritorious Service Award, the highest honor the National President can bestow upon a person who has demonstrated excellence on behalf of advancing the interests of the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy in America. Sue Latabo, thank you so much for all those hours of work. I hope you're still on. Sue, you still on? No, say it ain't so.
I was just texting her.
Okay. Two more. Now, again, I do these strategically because if people are supposed to be doing their job and they're doing it, I'm very, very grateful. I'm talking about above and beyond. So the context of all these awards are done in that way. And this one is because the transition has probably affected no one more than the national office staff. They have had to find a way of changing business and dynamics, and they've done so nimbly and with skill. And so the next one is the National President's Meritorious Service Award, whereas Managing Director Justin Smith has tirelessly worked on behalf of the National President, Robert A. Bianchi, putting many hours each and every day to advance the mission of the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy in America. And whereas in service to the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy in America, Justin Smith continues to work many long hours on numerous projects and has been instrumental in assisting and executing the programs and projects of the National President and the other officers of the Order. Whereas the National President has commissioned Justin Smith to assist in managing the day-to-day operations of the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy in America, and has done so with diligence and excellence, especially during a time of tremendous transition. Whereas Justin Smith smoothly handled a significant number of changes during the National President's transition with skill, dedication, competence, and a positive attitude. Now be it resolved, Justin Smith is awarded the National President's Meritorious Service Award, the highest honor given by the National President to bestow upon a person who has demonstrated excellence on behalf of advancing the interests of the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy in America. And Justin, I'll hold yours up. That's yours. Right? Thank you, Justin. Thank you for all the hard work. I know you guys got not only thrown in the cold water, but we kind of added a couple like buckets of ice cubes on top of it. So, you guys did a great job.
Thank you.
And the next one, the National President's Meritorious Service Award, whereas the Editor-in-Chief, Miles Ryan Fisher, has tirelessly worked on behalf of the National President, Robert Bianchi, putting in many hours each and every day to advance the mission of the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy in America. Whereas in service of the Order Sons of Italy in America, Miles Ryan Fisher continues to work many long hours on numerous projects and have been instrumental in assisting in executing the programs and projects of the National Presidents and other officers of the Order. Whereas the National President has commissioned Miles Fisher to assist in managing the day-to-day operations of the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy in America, he has done so with diligence, commitment, and excellence, especially during a time of tremendous transition. Whereas Miles Ryan Fisher has smoothly handled a significant number of changes during the National President's transition with skill, dedication, competence, and a positive attitude, be it now resolved that Miles Ryan Fisher is awarded the National President's Meritorious Service Award, the highest honor the National President can bestow upon a person who has demonstrated excellence on behalf of advancing the interests of the Order Sons and Daughters of Italy and America. Miles, thank you so much for all the work during this hard transition.
I appreciate it. But the whole time I'm wondering, wait, Justin, you knew about that? You're holding it up. You knew about the. Come on.
Everybody thought it was just going to be a Shayla, but and while I think we've all felt more for Shayla, more for Shayla in terms of like what you got thrown into. And but I know that the national office, you guys have dealt with a lot, and the people, Emily going and Adam and the book, you know, and all that. And you guys are really hung in there. And to Dr. Mary Sue and Mark, this is not, again, to the fact that no one else has not done a great job. Most have done very well. Most have moved this vision forward. But I want to make these, because these commitments were really extraordinary. With that, I'll take any other additional good and welfare of the order. I see Dan Longo's hands up.
Worthy President, it's obvious to me for these last 2 days that the hallmark of the success of your administration has been communication. We are all engaged in what's going on within the order to the positive end that you're seeking. What I'm proposing is that we expand the communication channels for what's going on at national, not just to the state presidents, but also all the members of the Supreme Council. Within our ranks as Supreme Council members, we are all advocates for what's going on. You exponentially expand your methods of communication across the board so that, you know, we can resolve the issues that we've had in the past of information coming from national being funneled down to the rank and file membership. By expanding those advocates, or as I like to put it, information warriors, to go out into the field, okay, with their membership and their state presidents and local lodge presidents, you gain a tremendous amount of bandwidth that you can expand by just disseminating the information to the entire Supreme Council and committee chairs.
Yeah,
that's
Dan,
my recommendation.
Appreciate that. We are making efforts in that regard. Actually, we see you, Linda. I see your hand up. We'll get to you. That is why I'm going to reinstitute meeting each of the Grand Lodges, and should be hitting all of the Supreme officers. But any suggestions that anybody has to do communication better, I agree with Dan that this is a daunting aspect of the organization, because it is clear we could do better within our own membership, but also getting it out to the rest of the Grand Lodges. So Dan, maybe we could talk offline about any suggestions anybody has. They can send them over to Dr. Mary or Dr. Mark in that regard for better communication, or certainly bring it up in the president's meeting, vice president's meeting now. But thank you, Dan. We're trying. Linda.
Yes, I wanted to thank Miles for putting in our article regarding the Northwest Italian note cards. I really appreciate anyone who's helped support the charities program. This is done by a very talented member, and for all those who've continued and supported this fundraiser, really appreciate that. But the other thing I wanted to talk about in the Italian magazine is the Women's Action Committee article. And one reason that it being there is one of the things you're talking about is getting information about what's going on in the national to our local membership. And that's where the article was intended to help support that. And I've received some input from it. So we're also talking in our new meeting coming up, I'm going to be talking about possibly working out some kind of satellite process for this Women's Action Committee, so that in the future, we would have committees, actual committees in motion at the Grand Lodge and even at local lodges, which would be supporting community leaders and then coming back to the national for support and ideas from what we're doing, and we get from them too. So it would be a building of relationships at all levels. So there's a lot going on and I appreciate it. So thank you very much for your support.
Yeah, I mean, anything that, but yeah, that's a good point. Anything these committees are doing that, if we're a template, bring it down, and you're leading by example, right? So thank you, Linda. Barbara, I see your hand is up.
Yes, Bob, thank you so much. I just wanted to, first of all, make note of the exceptional job you've done during this plenary. We've been able to take care of business and keep it in a timely manner. And I think we all understand things a little better. Also, as president of the California Grand Lodge, I would like to say how proud we are of our daughter Vera for receiving the Solero Award. And on a personal note, Vince Sarno, longtime friend forever, and as you know, and so proud of everything that that both of them have been able to share in this award. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Anybody else? Tony, you're muted.
I just wanted to say, for the president, that I appreciate very much the confidence that you have in me, nominating me to be the National Recording Secretary, and how very proud that I am to serve the order in this capacity, and that I pledge that I will do my utmost in that regard. And I also wanted to offer my personal congratulations to Vera and Vince for their awards.
Yeah, thank you, Tony, and thank you for all the service you've given to the bylaw committee. We've done with excellence and being a great writer and helping us out with these minutes. You're the man for the job, so it was not a hard choice to make. Thank you, though. I said Tony, and then I didn't realize that there were like 3 Tonys that hands went up. So Tony Anderson, I should say next.
Thank you, worthy president. I do want to congratulate Vince and Vera, as well as the meritorious award recipients. You all deserve that recognition. In the past, at many of our meetings, you know that we always heard one phrase being hollered. Where's Michael and Paul Polo? Are they here? Still here? If not, they got the tape. They used to holler out Groundhog's Day, Groundhog's Day. Well, guess what? Groundhog's Day is long gone. And I want to thank our worthy president for moving us forward past Groundhog's Day in a direction where we're sure to be successful in the future. So thank you, worthy president. It's my pleasure to work on behalf of the organization.
Thank you, Tony, and thank you for being on those calls and all the work that you're doing with the Grand Lodge Committee and the Gold membership in particular. Those are 2 important committees to me, and you've done a great job with that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else for good and welfare? All right, so, oh wait, Phil Boncory.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you as well, Bob. You've run a very professional meeting. I love seeing all the new communication facilities that we have out there for all our members, and I hope we're getting our regular members, our local lodge members, to get on to those informational things that you're showing. I want to thank the meritorious recipients. That I really see the amazing work that they're doing. But most importantly, I want to thank Vera and Vince. Both of them worked very hard during my administration to help my administration be successful. And I'm sure they're still dedicated to helping your administration be successful. So congratulations, Vince and Vera. You've done a great job for many, many years. And it just miss the hugs. I enjoy seeing everybody here, but I miss the hugs.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you very much. All right. Well said. Any other good and welfare? We got one little thing before our last thing. One little thing before the last thing. Any good and welfare? Once, twice? All right, guys. Thanks so much. All right. I got to do it one more time. A couple came in, I guess. Who am I? Come on. Let's just do 3 more. Who am I? Who's got this? Mark or Mary?
Mark has it.
Mark's jealous. I put in 2 more and he wanted to take mine. I said he can't live in vicariously through my life.
Okay. Just a second here.
This is the fun part.
All right. I immigrated to the USA in 1953 with my mom and 4 other siblings via Ellis Island. I was 3 years old. I joined the Sons of Italy when I was 16 and have been a member for 56 years. Who am I? Just put it in the chat.
Oh. To whom?
To who, Mark?
Mark.
To Mark, huh?
Now my chat blows up. And I'll just read down them. Miles says Tony Sestito. Dan says Joe Shiami. Ralph says Tony Sestito. Linda says Rosetta Beiersdorf. Dan says Tony Sestito. Tony says Rosetta Beiersdorf. Diane says Tony Perfilio. The president says Nancy Porcelli. Robert says Tony Nacarado.
All right. So is the person in any of those answers?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Drum roll. And since Mary does not have the answers, Mark, the answer is?
The answer is Rosetta Beiersdorf. Rosetta Stella Beiersdorf.
Rosetta, tell us about that.
Well, my dad came over in 1951 and lived in a boxcar and worked for the railroad in Auburn. And then my mom and us 5 kids came over on the ship. My dad and my uncle Angelo Storino met us in New York, and we took the train back to Seattle. My dad was able to immigrate to the United States because he was born in Brazil. All of his other siblings went to Argentina, with the exception of 2 sisters that stayed behind in Italy. So I have more relatives in Argentina than I do in Italy.
Oh, that's fascinating. Fascinating. What a great story. All right. Rosetta, thank you for submitting that in there. All right, Mark, let's do who am I?
Who am I? Riding a motorcycle since I was 7 years old.
Oh, that's easy.
Isn't that illegal? Still riding, traveling across the country, raising thousands of dollars for major charities over the past 12 years, running a rally for breast cancer. Who am I? Again, just put it in the chat to me.
This one.
All right, so it is blowing up here. Joe Boncory says Rondinelli. The national president says Rondinelli. Lou says Rondinelli. Dan says Rondinelli. Larry Brennan says Nick. Joe Boncory says oops. Ralph says Joe Rondinelli. Tony Rondinelli. Frank Rondinelli. Diane says John Carochi. And Carolyn says Joe Rondinelli. Well, go ahead.
Okay, so is the person's name in the one of the answers?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and the answer to who's been illegally riding motorcycles since the age of 7 is
Joe Rondinelli. We have an arrest warrant for him.
Yeah, that's for sure.
So Joe, tell me that you weren't riding him on the street. Oh, he's not here. Joe left.
He
had to leave.
Yeah. All right, let's do one more. That's funny.
Okay, let me I played Division I soccer and also had a short professional career. Who am I?
Oh boy.
I have no idea.
No.
All right, I'll read them as they come in. All right. See, Nancy says Justin. Diane says Miles Fisher. Tony says Miles. Joe D. Dan says Miles Fisher. David Corsi, I guess Miles. Ralph says Michael Polo. Dan says Nick Berzichelli. Lou says Miles. Shayla says Miles. Denise says Tony Sestito. Larry says Brian Anzik. And Linda says Miles.
Oh, you didn't get mine. Joe Fasciolo was mine.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, Joe. Sorry.
I think Miles is a baseball guy. I don't know.
Yeah, he is.
All right, so
Well, I'm humbled that everybody gets me. I know who the answer is, and that's not because it's me. And I think it's particularly funny that I'm sorry, Justin.
so the funny thing is that it's not Lou Santoro, because Thursday, every question we had, everything from a priest to rappelling off into gorges was Lou Santoro for some reason. All right, is the answer in there, Mark?
It is.
All right, who is it?
It is our very own Justin.
No
kidding.
Wow.
Justin, talk to us about semi-pro or pro?
I played professional for, my first year out of college. I played at Xavier in Cincinnati. They're now in the Big East. And then after that, played 1 year of professional in like the minor leagues and realized I wasn't going to make it. The travel was long, the pay was short, so I decided to get a real job.
Wow. Do you still play? Like Miles still plays?
I play in like a competitive men's league here in DC. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Go ahead, Joe. Joe Shiami.
But his most famous claim to fame is that he is a St. John's graduate with his MBA from our Rome campus.
Wow.
That is true.
Who I didn't know when he was there, but that's more important to me.
Brains and brawn. Good job.
Hey, Bob, one more. There's one more good one.
Okay, got only one more good one. Go ahead.
Oh, I have corralled cattle on the back of a horse. Who am I?
Oh man. Hold on a second. I think I got this. Excuse my spellings. I have my keyboard on the side.
I'm laughing because one of the answers was Mary.
I was going to put that in, but who knows?
She's done everything right. Okay,
Okay, so is the name of the person there?
Not yet. Let's see. They've got Miles, Brian Anzik, Dan Machuela, Mary, Arlene. There's another Arlene, Frank Gattuso, John Carochi, Tony Anderson, Frank Gattuso, John Carochi, Dan Longo, John Carochi, Dan Machuela, John from Colorado, Tony Anderson, and Nick Berzichelli.
Okay, so none of those people are the person.
No, they are. One of them is.
Oh, one of them is. Okay, so Mark D'Annunzio, who is this person?
Your legal beagle, Frank Gattuso.
No.
Oh
way.
my goodness.
Yes, the truth comes out.
I'm sorry, I laughed heartily.
Let's see those cowboy boots.
There's actually a video of it that I narrated on the back of the horse, where I narrated it in Italian. Believe it or not.
Oh my gosh.
If I can get it, because it was the first time I ever was on the back of a horse. If I could find it, I'll share it with you guys. I was trying to look at it earlier.
Hey, it gives a whole new meaning to the word spaghetti western.
I was going to say this.
Hey, for the record,
Hey,
I've done that many times.
You know, it was,
I
by
was
the way,
in the deserts of Arizona. I was in the deserts of Arizona.
And by the way, Frank was one of the miniature ponies, right?
No, it was almost, they had to find a big
that
horse
doesn't
for
count.
Oh,
It
no.
doesn't count when your feet.
No, it was like it's big.
Nick, they had to find a bigger horse for me because I was about 40 pounds heavier.
I'm telling you,
It's like a Clydesdale.
Oh my God.
Funny.
That's amazing. Let's do one more, Mark. You got a little time.
no, I think you dropped the mic on that one. That's enough.
I like the spaghetti western,
That's true.
and with Ralph Capaccio and Dr. Kovacs is called Frank the Tank. Like it's a new name, Frank the Tank.
Frank
He's so good on the lips.
Yes, City Slickers Frank.
Hey,
City Slicker.
just for the record, I've done that many times, so I'm
Well,
not surprised my name came
It was
up.
in your backyard.
For the
It was
record,
in
I
your
voted for
backyard,
you.
John.
Okay, I do have one more here. I have more if you want, but the next one. I was brought to my high school dean of men and told boys don't wear an earring. I was the first boy to do so. When I showed him our school mascot was a pirate with an earring, he relented. Who am I?
Oh, geez.
Oh. Okay, now we're getting some votes.
Can you read it again?
Do you want me to read the who am I again?
Yeah, do it just quick, so in case people didn't hear.
All right. I was brought to my high school dean of men and told boys don't wear an earring. I was the first boy to do so. When I showed him our school mascot was a pirate with an earring, he relented. Who am I?
No idea.
All right, I'll read out the answers and we'll see if we have anybody there. It's got Tony says Ralph, Diane, Joe Boncore, Ralph, Lou Santoro, Robert Ferrito, Joe Boncore again.
Wait, who's saying what?
It's hard for Tony, one Tony because it cuts off the end of the name. Tony said Ralph, Diane said Joe Boncore, Ralph says Lou Santoro. That's the go-to answer. Lou Santoro. Dan said Robert Ferrito. Lou said Joe Boncore. Carolyn said Vince Zachariah. Shayla said Miles. Joseph said Vince Zachariah. Paul DeRio said Blackbeard. And Barbara Famosa said Vinny Zachariah. Nancy said Miles. Vince said Joe Shiami. Dan said he wanted to change to Nick. Larry said Dan Matuella. Tony said Miles Fisher. Linda said Joe DiTrapani. And Joe said Bob Bianchi.
Is the answer of the person in the answers that were given?
It is.
Well, Dr. D'Annunzio, who is that person that the Dean of Men said couldn't wear an earring until they had a pirate mascot who actually had an earring and then relented?
That had to be you. Seton Hall Prep.
It is me.
Seton Hall Pirates.
Seton Hall Pirates.
I
Joe
got
Boncore would have ripped the ear out of Joe. Would have ripped the earring out of Joe Boncore's ear if he had it.
Right. Yeah. No. I had long hair, and I was with a couple of the ladies like that weekend, and they put a needle through my ear, put an earring in, and I covered it with my hair. But the teachers found out. I got called to the Dean of Men's Zone. Good guy. He didn't know what to do. He's like, and I'm like, Father, he's like, but the boys, they don't wear earrings. And we had a code, a blue book it was called. It had a pirate, our mascot, with the earring. I'm like, well, how do you justify that? And he's like, that's a, he said, and he did say, you should be a lawyer one day. He goes, just do me a favor, cover it up. But he wasn't the problem. Angelo Bianchi was the problem. No doubt about that.
You were arguing cases already in high school. Unbelievable.
All right, listen, we have the last thing is we actually did something for my father's poem. I'm an Italian American. Again, this is the last part of our journey together. You're more than welcome to take it, use it, or just a nice thing to remind us and our audience who is out there of who we are as a people and the contributions we have made to this country. And like my father says, our history and what we've contributed will not be denied, no matter what it is that anybody does. And this history cannot be denied. Let's roll tape.
I am an Italian American. My roots are deep in an ancient soil, drenched by the Mediterranean sun and watered by the pure streams from the snow-capped mountains. I'm enriched by thousands of years of culture. My hands are those of the mason, the artist, the man of the soil. My thoughts have been recorded in the annals of Rome, the poetry of Virgil, the creations of Dante, and the philosophy of Benedetto Croce. I am an Italian American, and from my Asian world, I first spanned the seas of the New World. I am Cristoforo Colombo. I am Giovanni Capoto, known in American history as John Cabot, discoverer of the mainland of North America. I am Americo Vespucci, who gave my name to the New World, America. First to sail on the Great Lakes in 1679, founder of the territory that became the state of Illinois, colonizer of Louisiana and Arkansas. I am Enrico Tonti. I am Filippo Mazzei, friend of Thomas Jefferson, and my thesis on the equality of man was written into the Bill of Rights. I am William Parker, signer of the Declaration of Independence. I am an Italian American. I financed the Northwest expedition of George Roger Clark and accompanied him through the lands that became Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Wisconsin, and Michigan. I am Colonel Francesco Viga. I mapped the Pacific from Mexico to Alaska and to the Philippines. I am Alexandro Malaspina. I am Giacomo Beltrami, discoverer of the source of the Mississippi River in 1823. I created Dome of the United States Capitol. They called me the Michelangelo of America. I am Constantino Brumidi. In 1904, I founded in San Francisco the Bank of Italy, now known as the Bank of America, one of the largest financial institutions in the world. I am APGNE. I am Guillermo Marconi, discoverer of wireless telegraphy and radio. I am the true inventor of the telephone. I am Antonio Meucci of Staten Island, New York. I am Enrico Fermi, father of nuclear science in America. I am founder of the Sisters of the Sacred Heart and the first U.S. citizen to be canonized as saint. I am Saint Francis Xavier Cabrini. First enlisted man to win the Medal of Honor in World War II. I am John Bassaloni of Newark, New Jersey. I am an Italian American. I am the million strong who served the American armies and the thousands of whose names are enshrined in military cemeteries from Guadalcanal to the Rhine. I am the steel maker in Pittsburgh, the grower in the Imperial Valley of California, the textile designer in Manhattan, the movie maker in Hollywood, the homemaker, and the breadwinner in 10,000 communities. I am an Italian American without stint or reservation, loving this land as only one who understands history, its agonies and its triumphs, can love it and serve it. I will not be told that my contribution is any less, nor my role not as worthy as that of any other American. I will stand in support of this nation's freedom and promise against all foes. My heritage is dedicated me to this nation. I am proud of my full heritage. I shall remain worthy of it. I am an Italian American. I am an Italian American. My roots are deep.
I think that says it all, guys. Thank you so much for all of your support. I hope you all stay healthy. Thank you for all of your contributions, and I'll accept the motion to conclude the plenary session of 2020.
I make the motion.
So moved.
Nick Versa-Kelly, Barbara Wisniewski, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All objection, no. Any abstentions? Buona fortuna.